Whoa. Whoa.
Oh, excuse me.
All right. Good afternoon, folks, and welcome to Smudcast number 800. This is a few weeks late. We've had a busy month last month, and people's schedules are all over the place during a summer experience, whether it's your vacation time, your school time, your family time, who the heck knows. Everyone's all over the place. But hopefully we'll get started on the right foot with number 800, talking about, what is the video? It's a Resident Evil 4 remake, 0 punctuation from The Escapist. What a great idea, Lalle. I'm glad we're doing an Escapist video. Apparently, they're not going to be having any more of these Yahtzee videos anymore. That's pretty weird. I thought that would go on for the end of time. He'd just be making all these biting, weird videos about games he doesn't really like. But I think he's dropped ship. He's left the building. He's gone to hopefully greener pastures with his own company. Is that right?
Yep. He's still making the same style of videos, just different icons for legal reasons.
Oh, my goodness. It kind of reminds me when he first started, and he was just using whatever he wanted, and then for legal reasons, he had to change that, and then he got hired by The Escapist, and they got him a whole intro and made their own music for him and all that jazz. So,
yeah.
Fun times. Okay, so this video came out, oh, God.
About a year ago.
March, last year, no problem. It's less than 6 minutes. We should be going through this very quickly. Let's see how we warm up to a Yahtzee video. Here we go.
Ooh, Capcom, a remake of one of the most pivotal games of the 2000s and a personal favourite of mine. Go ask your friends at Bloober Team how much you're going to have to do to win me over on this. Want to be one of the first outlets to get a review code? Well, consider your foot in the door. Now let's go down the list. Is the bingo line still in? Yes, it is. The bingo line's still in. Dismantle the pyre. Is the Tetris inventory management still in? Yes. Is the overly enthusiastic Cockney merchant whose presence everyone mysteriously accepts like he's Dr. Fucking Who still in? Yes, although slightly more South African these days. That's fine. Is squeaky voice midget Napoleon still in? Yes, indeed. What about being chased over a bridge by a giant robot squeaky voice midget Napoleon? No, we cut that out. Well, what's the fucking point then?
Now, just so everyone is aware, this is about Resident Evil and Resident Evil, so, well, half.
Are these like
where it's going?
Are these major points to the game that people who played 4 they have to have these elements? They're like key elements to the game experience, or it's like stuff he just subjectively like. Oh, I really like the shop sales guy. He's my favorite. Is that his thing?
The shop sales guy, like the merchant, is a pivotal aspect of the game, and its mood, and it's also the way you upgrade all your items. And he teleports quite literally around the world. And sets up shop to sell you items.
Right. Okay.
So he's important. Midget Napoleon is important because his whole story is about compensating for his lack of height.
Okay.
By joining the bad guys and making up for what he feels like is a family tragedy of suppressing the weird parasite cultists.
Huh. So he wasn't quite an apologist to the cultists, but he felt what they were going through, and he wanted to join them as a result, I guess.
Yeah, he sees it as a way to show that I am not like the rest of my family. I am greater than them, which is a great comparison to, or compare and contrast with his height.
Yeah,
because the giant robot is him compensating.
Giant robot. Of course, you gotta get a giant robot in there. That wouldn't be a Japanese Capcom game without one of those.
Yeah, the giant robot is still in the game, although it's turned into a stationary prop that shoots fire at you.
Oh, that's less exciting.
Yeah, than being chased by it across a bridge. Although they still have a bridge chase, they just stole from Lord of the Rings in the remake.
Oh, interesting.
By having Urukai chase you, but that's besides the point.
So they obviously altered a lot of things they either didn't like or just didn't feel would work as well. Who knows? Yep,
and I will bitch and moan about that when we get there, but I think there is a point here to be made in the video in regards to Resident Evil as a whole, as a franchise.
In all seriousness, very mealy mouths to spend this review reciting an itemized list of every single set piece that was in the original Resident Evil 4 and that the remake has cut out for one reason or another. So let's do that. The descending ceiling bit's gone, the killdozer bit's gone, the lava castle room's gone, the boss fight with it is gone, and it probably cost a lot of money to license the character from the Addams Family estate. Alright, the RE4 make would probably be perfectly serviceable to a newcomer who'd only played recent RE games, although towards the beginning they might accuse it of ripping off RE Village, shortly before my broken bottle enters their jugular vein.
Now, I'll be upfront. I have not played Resident Evil Village. I bought it just recently, and I'm planning on playing it when I get out of school. But it does feel like Resident Evil is following a formula of looking back on what they did from Resident Evil 1 and then working on that for the next game, which I'll touch on a little later. But Resident Evil Village is like coming full circle, with Resident Evil 7 being more like Resident Evil 1, and then they skip 2 and 3 and jump straight to Resident Evil 4.
So,
with a little bit of Resident Evil 3 in it.
Would you say that Village is kind of like just taking the best parts of all the games that they previously made and tried to make this super Resident Evil game? Is that...
In a way, yeah. They essentially succeeded in what Resident Evil 6 was trying to do. Whereas Resident Evil 6 was supposed to be the celebration of the Resident Evil franchise by having a bunch of different characters from across the different games in it, and have them be in a shared storyline that crisscrosses across the timeline of events. And that went about as well as you can imagine, with them trying to be Resident Evil in 2013, I believe it was, 2012. So, cover shooter, Gears of War, Resident Evil, great combination. People didn't really like it.
And then you have all the classic elements like the inventory system and...
Yep.
they changed the camera. That was different from the original Resident Evils.
Yep.
So it's all...
There's
3D.
only one sequence in the entire game that has fixed camera angle, and that's when you're going up a staircase in a laboratory. Not sure why that was a thing. They did the same thing with Ashley in Resident Evil 4, where all her scenes are done in fixed camera angles, which was removed for every other version of the game. I don't know why the Japanese fall in love with the fixed camera angles in games that have free-moving cameras, but that's a whole other thing.
Okay.
Serviceable was exactly what I was afraid of. The original RE4 was a historically explosive boost to the flagging series and action games generally, and none of that can be recaptured. All the remake's going to do is bring it up to a state of homogeneity alongside the RE2 make and the RE3 make, both heavily RE4 inspired incidentally, and now I've said RE so many times I'm worried the director of the movie Hereditary is going to think I'm trying to get his attention. In short, oh Danny boy, the bland is calling. And I was absolutely certain it was never going to be as hilariously camp as the original, because top-level game development these days is too try-hard serious to aim for the deliberate crap B-movie vibe, and that's exactly what happened. Leon now resembles a sulky teen wearing daddy's trousers, rather than an insecure person's idea of an action hero who was sick the day the rest of the class was taking one-liner lessons. Ashley no longer comes across as screechy, jug-eared first act of the Jason movie fodder, but a traumatized, frightened girl, which I guess makes sense, and that's the general pattern, really. They took the knob that's got camp on one end and sensible on the other, and just clicked it a couple of notches to the right. So
I think this in general summarizes a lot of the Resident Evil remakes in their philosophy of game design and storytelling, is that it moves, as I said, it moves it just a couple of inches towards a bit more sense. All the notes explain why things are like they are. They explain why things are placed where they are, which makes sense. Does it make it more fun?
Is this from a storytelling, like narrative perspective? Like you see a plant?
Contextualizing gameplay aspects. For example, in the original Resident Evil 4, there's a mine section where you need dynamite to blow up a piece of rock that's blocking your path, because there's been a, what's it called, a cave-in, blocking the usual exit.
Right.
Where the piece of dynamite is just in a cart sitting on a platform that you need to lower. Whereas in the new one, the dynamite is missing because it got moved to storage for safekeeping.
Ah, so the level design matches why things are where they are, as opposed to a pot roast beef in the wall in a Castlevania or something like that.
Basically, yeah. They have a little note saying, "Oh yeah, it's over in storage, dumbass."
Yeah, yeah.
And then you go to storage and it's chock full of enemies, and it's essentially the same scene as when you originally in the original game when you went to get the dynamite.
Well, that's. I think that's a good thing. I think there's still the level of campiness that any survival horror game has, and then you have the level design which matches your brain going, well, how do I make sense of this crazy camp? I'm going to go to the place where the dynamite is, obviously where I think it is, and that's kind of intelligent. So,
right, it's not necessarily good or bad. It's just serviceable.
Yeah, you want things to make sense just after the fact. Like, why didn't we just put the dynamite where it should be, as opposed to right in the middle of nowhere? So, yeah, sounds good.
Yep.
Now, a outfit is something that would actually be practical outside of a Chinese brothel. With this shift, the game feels decidedly restrained. Another thing that got cut is the thing where the villains hack into Leon's comms device in the second act, and for the rest of the game call him up every now and again to spend a few minutes very unconsciously yes-anding each other's smug one-liners, which was the main source of RE4's really iconic and memorable crap dialogue lines. Funny thing is, the achievements you get for beating the bosses are all named in reference to those original lines, but to do that and cut them from the actual game smacks of mixed messaging. It's like they're saying, ha, yeah, wasn't it great back when we knew how to have fun? Oh, come on, Yards, you big negative Nathan. Stop focusing on every single fleck of dried up turd that has been shampooed out of RE4's bum hair, and tell us about what's new with the remake. Well, Leon makes a funny sort of fatty grunt every time he switches to aim mode now, and Ashley grunts all the time as well whenever she has to navigate terrain more complex than a partially occupied waiting room. So if you run up and down the hallway aiming at things, it sounds like you're mixing the English dub for a foreign porno. Not that, Yards. Tell us about those new side quests we were hearing so much about. Oh yeah, I finished an early game area, and as I was leaving, I found a blue note scotch taped to the door, saying, hey, why not go through that area again and kill 3 rats? And it took me about 3 hours before I was finally able to get my mouth to stop forming the ooh at the end of fuck you. But don't fret, there's more new stuff besides quests straight from the tutorial section of a failed World of Warcraft knockoff. Basic combat has some new surprises that might catch the old hands off guard. The first time a dude charged at me with a pitchfork, I was so surprised I couldn't enjoy the 4 shish kebabs I was offered at the barbecue later. And the addition of stealth kills makes sense. The original had a couple of moments where you could go unnoticed for a while, but you still had to kill everyone at some point, so you were really just picking your moment to jump out and yell, surprise shotgun party!
Now this I actually think is really solid. There's a couple of scenes in the original where you can kinda do stealth, which is really just the AI being really shit, where they'll just keep shoveling hay whilst you're on the other side of the farm shooting people with a shotgun. And they just won't notice because they haven't gotten the cue yet that you're here.
Yeah. But there's no actual stealth system in the remake.
Not in the sense that there isn't like an eyeball showing up, showing how likely you are to be spotted. No, it's just kind of don't stand where the enemy is staring, kind of stealth. So when they walk around, there's a scene in the storage facility I was talking about down in mine, where a guy was consistently walking up and down the staircase, and I saw a guy walking out in front of that staircase next to a minecart, back and forth. I was like, I wonder if the guy will see me if I'm crouched and killing that guy by the end of the staircase. So I waited till the guy was turning around, facing the downward staircase, like where you step up to the staircase itself. Then I walked up to the guy that walks by the minecart, stabbed him in eye view of the guy above me, and he didn't react because I was stealth.
Okay, so
then I moved out a couple of inches out from the minecart after doing the stealth animation, and immediately when "To the sailors!" or whatever it is they shout, I was like, oh yeah, stealth's over.
Yeah, it sounds like the game or the designers were like, wait a second, we had all these wonderful elements to do stealth functionality, but we never implemented a system, and we're not going to do a full set like style of game mode just for this. So we're going to instead just have elements where you can kill a guy in a much more creative fashion using our version of stealth, which is nothing complicated, which is good, which is fine. You can do that. Yeah.
Now, otherwise, there's no real issues I have with the whole concept of stealth in a Resident Evil game. I actually like the idea of being able to save bullets by killing monsters silently. It's really cool. There's just one little snag.
knifes my way through 4 or 5 of the dudes in the starting village assault when suddenly me knife broke. Oh, we forgot to mention your knife has degradation now, said the game. And this time, the ooh on the end of fuck you lasted until the beginning of this video. You need to go back to the fucking dollar store and get a refund on your knife, Leon, mate. It's okay, Yards, you can get your knife repaired at the merchant for a small price. Oh, even better, my knife has a fucking subscription fee. I didn't realize Adobe were in the weapons business.
Yeah, that's annoying. That's immediately annoying. Every time I saw that in Fire Emblem, weapons all had a durability. I was like, this is stupid. And now that you're purposely using a stealth weapon to conserve ammo, now your knife has ammo. That's kind of annoying.
Right. There are solutions to this. You can upgrade durability. It doesn't help much, but it's a thing. And you can get boot knives and kitchen knives to add to your arsenal in your inventory to replace the knife. So if an enemy grabs you, you can use the knife. If a zombie does a thing, you can use your knife. You can use the knife to parry. You can use it for all kinds of things. And parrying doesn't take any durability, or it takes a very tiny bit of durability, even on the worst kitchen knife. But doing a stealth takedown takes a good chunk of health from it, almost as much as just pushing a zombie off of you. And I talked to a couple of friends about it, and one of them says that it's an odd choice, but he likes the gameplay aspect of it because it rewards good gameplay. Like, it rewards effective executions and whatnot. I'm not a fan of it, because even if you're doing shit well, you're still being punished with a very flimsy knife.
Yeah.
Unless you're spending some of those precious resources, you have to upgrade the knife. And not every section is guaranteed to have a stealth section. In fact, there are sections in the stealth sections that are basically guaranteed for enemies to jump out and shout at you.
I think maybe if they had like a whetstone or a grinding stone that you use your knife a bit too much, it's not as deadly. Like maybe you have to do 2 stabs as opposed to 1. With a sharp knife, something along. If they wanted a mechanic like that, like the fact that it would break and then you're screwed, sounds really like that's.
There is a boss fight you're forced into where you have to use the knife against the enemy, and I showed up to that scene not knowing that was going to happen because I remember the fight originally, and it was way later in the game. And you're not forced to use the knife, but the knife does 100% more critical damage against them. So I'm like, oh yeah, I always use the knife there. But here, my knife broke. My second knife broke, and my third knife broke. So I was down to my 4th boot knife. Halfway done, because I'd just been up climbing through a fucking minecart section full of bugs from Mimic from 1996. And then this asshole shows up and goes, "Where's your knife, mate? I hope you got your knife, otherwise this is going to be a very tough boss fight." And so I'm running around the arena going, "Where's the fucking knife?" And he'll give you a pity knife, throwing it in your direction that you're supposed to use against him, and it's one of the fucking boot knives.
Yeah.
That can take 2 attacks.
It sounds
against him.
It sounds like you're thrown into the woods with like a kitchen knife and like, here, fend for yourself, and you're like chopping wood with it, and like after 2 days it's completely wasted. You're like, what the fuck? How am I gonna survive with this piece of metal? But in this game it's just like snap, snap, snap. You're like, okay, this is getting too much. Like I don't mind durability systems, I don't mind upgrading your melee weapons, but if it's snapping every use or every other use, this is a bad system. You have to make it more believable. You have to make it more economical to the player. If they're implementing all these new systems and you have resource management with all your, like, what is it, like raw ore? Like, what do you use to make a knife? Like just money? You just buy a new one, or
you just buy upgrades for your current knife. You cannot buy kitchen knives or boot knives. Those are something you have to pick up in the open world. So you basically just have to pray to the fucking RNG gods that either a knife drops or the developers drop the knife. And that's something I'll get to the end of the video.
Yeah.
So let's finish it before wrapping up on views on Resident Evil in general.
Sure.
I assume was added to counter the other new feature that Leon can use his knife to parry basically any melee attack, including the chainsaw insta-kill, which I suppose is fairer, but the chainsaw insta-kill was another of the original game's iconic moments. You were at the starting village, you were surrounded by the mob, but you were getting to grips with the combat and starting to hold your own, and then Dr. Potato Sack runs up with his Black & Decker and goes, "That's a nice full health bar you've got there. Show it to someone who gives a shit." Bzzz, surprise budget height reduction surgery. Giving us the chance to survive it makes me think Dr. Potato Sack's had to amputate a few of the game's testicles in the time since we saw him last, which is all consistent with the knob having been clicked towards sensible, but as anyone should expect whenever an elderly champion racehorse gets brought out and expected to perform again because it's got a new carrot up its bum, there's a marked reduction in energy. As I feared, it's Resident Evil 4 with all the edges sanded down. The additions to combat feel more like a fussy dilution of a purer experience. The more sensible dialogue and characters lacks the fun chemistry and banter. You know what though? One exception. I like Luis more in the remake. He gets
This I highly disagree with, because, well, plot reasons, but
a clearer complex motive, some fun personality clash with Leon, and most importantly, never unironically says "ay ay ay."
that was the video.
Wow.
So, to summarize my thoughts on the whole thing, I think Resident Evil in general is in a pretty healthy point in time right now. Resident Evil Village seemed to be really great. It certainly seemed to click with people. Marketing got a bit out of hand with their design choice for a certain woman. But certainly seemed to sell well. And Resident Evil 4 is remake sold like hotcakes. Although...
I'm curious, did they use the same voice acting, or voice actors rather?
Changed all the voice actors.
Wow. Interesting.
And they say almost the same shit, but with different tone. Usually worse.
Oh. So it's got the campiness of the same dialogue, but it's delivered much differently.
Yeah. One of the examples I think really hits home is that there is a scene where you're attacked by the knife freak, and he shows up and goes, "Like you, I'm American. They don't trust me because they're Spanish." And that hits so home because he's named fucking Krauser.
Okay.
It's such a strange combo. It's like a Japanese game making an American infiltrating a Spanish organization with a German last name.
That's fun. See, that sounds like fun. That's great. That's what you expect from games like Resident Evil. It's supposed to be just a bit goofy, and it's not on the nose goofy, but it's at least it's like, oh, you gotta think about it. Like, wait a second, what are we doing?
Where in the remake, he's just kind of like a sergeant. Like if you've ever seen a Full Metal Jacket, he's just a sergeant. Like he's just a drill instructor.
Right. Oh, I see. That's what happens when you get things slammed together very quickly in original designs of games, and they hire whoever they can afford and whoever they can get, and that's where you get Capcom. That's where you get these fun, quick arcade-style games that they flesh out into home experiences that last good 15, 20 hours. I think Resident Evil 4, or at least.
Resident Evil 4, both original and remake, will last you a good 10 to 13 hours, depending on difficulty. Yeah.
Without dying and replaying, finding all the collectibles. Or actually, are there collectibles in Resident Evil remake?
Yeah, a lot more than original. And I think this is one of the things I wanted to get across is that whilst a lot of the combat editions in Resident Evil 4 are cool, really cool, the whole carrying weapons is a really neat idea. I don't know, how the sections are, or how the controls are set up on keyboard, but that's something you can change yourself. That's a minor issue. But the actual combat is really cool. However, it pans out a lot of the gameplay, and the overall experience gets watered down by the fact that, as he mentioned, you have to go back in areas you've already done to do shit like kill 3 rats, kill a very big dog, shoot 5 medallions through this area you're walking through. Alright, so you think you're going to be going through this area, appreciate all the details. No, you can just pull up your fucking map, because it has all the medallions that might have been on your screen that you didn't notice. So most of the time, I just had my map held up going, oh, I walked right by a medallion, because it's standing above me on a little stick, rotating around. And I'm like, okay, what's the point of buying the treasure map if the map itself is just going to show me where all the good stuff is I just passed by? Like, mechanically, I understand. This is they did the same thing in Resident Evil 2, where it showed you all the items that you walked by. But I think in Resident Evil 4, that makes a lot less sense because it's an action movie. It's not a real horror. Like, it's not it's not this closed-in, isometric, claustrophobic environment. No, it's an open village. It's a swamp. It's a lake. You should be rewarded for just seeing this stuff yourself. You shouldn't just have to stare at your map to see where things are. But that's a more personal issue, honestly.
Yeah.
All that stuff is just an aside. What actually shivers me timbers is the fact that you cannot fully upgrade your weapons without finishing those items, or without finishing those side quests to get the required jewels by the merchant for turning in those orders. And those all seem designed for you to either narrow down exactly one weapon you're going to spend all your money on, and then get the upgrade on your first playthrough, or get the upgrade on a second playthrough. And the entire game seems to be designed for a second playthrough.
Yeah, it sounds like adventure game logic to upgrade your weapons. You need random, irrelevant objects to upgrade a weapon or a knife or this or that. What do you?
In the original game, it was just money.
Yeah. Here's some cash for what I need. Thanks. Bye. As opposed to, well, now you need like material components to upgrade weapons. It's like, great. What do I need? Like a barrel, some iron? No. You need like a gemstone.
You need gemstones from the merchant for turning in side quests. And that really just drags down the pacing when you're having to trek back the way you came, often through ladders or through soft loading screens or through elevators to get to the thing that you need to kill and then chase it back as often. For example, the brick dog, he will show up in the area the map shows you, and then you have to chase it back to the village. So you're gonna have to spend at least 5 minutes chasing this faggot just to kill him to turn in your order to upgrade or to buy upgrade.
So it sounds as if this is not just a nitpick. This is like a major component of the system. And as good as the remake was, there's all these questions that are raised as you're playing.
Right, and my number one worry is that this is either in Village, which I hope not, ideally hope not, or they're going to implement that system into the next Resident Evil game. That's like my number one biggest fear, is that they're going to implement all these gacha systems, which are also added, with minor buffs to pad out the gameplay and dilute what is otherwise, as you mentioned, diluted a pure experience. Because these aren't additions to the game, they're pace breakers. It's not an action movie anymore. It's not an action horror. It's a drama.
Or trying to be from a platform of camp and suspense and violent action, which is, I wouldn't say, well, I guess with 4 it was a bit slowed down because you could see the village, and there's like all these guys with pitchforks coming at you very slowly. You're like, all right, I got time to maneuver. Whereas the original Resident games, you're all claustrophobic. You're all in a tight hallway or a small room.
Oh, sure, but they made up for that with numbers of enemies.
Yeah.
And how hard they hit, which I'd say balances things out.
Yeah.
They did similar things in the original where there's like 3 enemies in your average encounter, but they hit like a fucking truck even on the easiest difficulty.
Yeah, it sounds like Capcom. They like to crank up that difficulty, regardless of what difficulty level you're at. All right.
Yep.
Well, I think that's all the time we have for talking about Resident Evil 4. Glad to have you around. I have to hunt down our next person on the list here. But thank you for your time there, Lalle. I appreciate it. We haven't had a chat about Resident Evil 4 in about a few months. I don't know. It's been a while. We've got a lot of fans of Resident Evil 4 on Smudcast, and there's even ones I don't even know, I haven't talked about, that are fans. So it's a big franchise. People still love it regardless of the, I don't know, the popularity. What's it called these days? The mainstreamness of it. I don't know. It's not as what it used to be when I was growing up and I was playing Resident Evil, the first two. I was like, this is really specific for a certain audience. But now it's a lot more mainstream. It's a lot more action packed. It's easier to get into. So who knows? Maybe it'll keep going. We have no idea about these series from Capcom. They seem to keep going, as opposed to like Sega that jumps up and down with good stuff and bad stuff. But Capcom has always been there. So good on them. Hopefully their games come out a bit faster and don't have like a bazillion updates every time they release a new Street Fighter. So
I just hope they keep up what they've been doing with Resident Evil Remake, because aside from that, which these issues are always going to be there when you remake a classic, I think Resident Evil 4 is very solid, like the remake. There are just issues that I feel like are not just specific to Resident Evil 4, but can be end up being dragged into other games that I feel is gonna make it even weirder or even weaker. God, I just hope we don't see that fucking side mission upgrade system in Resident Evil 5 remake of Code Veronica. Because they haven't talked about doing a Code Veronica remake.
Yeah, I didn't know that was announced. They've been talking about it. That's cool. That's been rumored for a few years now, I thought, with those like obviously there's lots of games to remake, but that was the next one to look at that was popular, but on the docket, but we have other games to make, and that's I don't know, could be good, could be horrible. Veronica's not for everyone, apparently. It wasn't was it the Black Sheep?
It's a rough game.
Yeah.
It's much like Separate Ways, in the sense that people like it, but it's obviously not up to snuff with the main titles of the series. I say main titles. Separate Ways was an addition to the PS2 version of Resident Evil 4, which was outsourced to someone else, and it shows. Where Code Veronica was just technologically inferior and was essentially trying to it's more, how to say this? It feels very much like a game that was designed for people that have already mastered Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3. So if you don't already know exactly what you're doing, you're gonna get softlocked. You're gonna get your ass kicked. So I'd be very curious to see if they make a remake and how it's gonna turn out. Well, yeah, thanks, man.
All right.
Thanks for hosting me.
Okay, well, thanks a lot for your time, Lalle. We're waiting for our next panelist, but we're going to take a break for the next 20 minutes as we organize ourselves and find someone new. But thanks for the talk. I appreciate it. It's always been a pleasure to talk to you about your wonderful, detailed opinions that we don't get all the time on specific topics, because we have lots of fans of Resident Evil. We've done many streams on Resident Evil, and they're all very esoteric on one topic or this, as opposed to Lalle's opinion, which is great. So
thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. All right, I'm going to fish around for our next person to talk to and say goodbye to Lalle. I don't know what time zone exactly you're in right now, but have a great evening, sir. Thank you for your time.
Yeah. Have a good night.
All right, we're just queuing up the next fellow and what we're going to be talking about. Who knows? Who we will find out. It's always a mystery here whenever we slam people together in the same chat window. So we're gonna get started. Hey, is that Keyframe? Is that Mark? I can't tell. Hey. Yeah, no, my Streamlab is always like shortening the name. I have no idea Who is that? I have no idea.
Is Glib coming? Or
Glib might be coming. I think he's
replacement?
I think he's going to go the next slot, but that's okay. We can take up your slot. That's
Okay.
fine.
Oh, he's setting up his audio. Okay. I sent you the clip in the meantime.
Okay.
To DM.
Let me see if I can find it. Where is it?
So basically, the topic is, I don't know how many people are aware of this controversy that happened like 8 or 10 days ago, but basically it has been going on for a month. So basically, Boogie2988 is quite a popular YouTuber that I think like we all are aware of, but he has he went really down here recently. Well, if I don't know, perchance if you, Smuddy, you have seen like the documentary about him. Like it's an hour long. It's basically the documenting like around like 2022, 23, like what kind of financial difficulties he faced, and it's like trying to frame it in a way that he's finally making a comeback. He's gonna get out. Like, he can start over, but no, he's he has committed like worst things after worst things. There's like no words to describe it other than lol cow, but he went even further than that.
Well, I'm having some problems on Watch Together. It's not allowing me to play it directly.
Cabal.
Really?
So, yeah. It's a 3-hour stream, right? So it's pretty big.
Yeah, but there's only a timestamp that sent. Wait, I have a mirror of that.
Okay.
Maybe that's gonna work.
Sure, we could try that. I could load it normally, and I could try.
Have a bully cabal that you have created.
Yeah, so I could play it from YouTube normally and try and tell me to pause it. I'll pause it. Go from there. Or
all right.
If you have an alternate link, that'll work too. It's up to you.
I'm gonna look for an alternate link. I need like half a minute.
Okay, sure. So yeah, I have seen some memes. I know this drama has been going on for about a month. I don't really pay attention. People just send me stuff, or it's in the group chat, and I'm just like, whatever, that's fine. But apparently he was misdiagnosed, or he lied about a diagnosis about his cancer.
He lied about it.
Okay. That's a weird thing considering he already has health problems. I don't know why you'd want to add to that. Like, just stick to one. Like, one is enough. Like, whatever your problem is, that's enough. You don't have to add, like, cancer or emphysema or all kinds of weird other conditions to your body, to your
I
health.
sent it in the DM.
All right.
Maybe this one works.
Okay, let's try that one. All right, one moment as I load this up.
Awesome. Okay.
Great. Go ahead, Mark.
So basically, the timestamp is 52:38.
All right. One moment. Okay, here we go.
Okay, so just a quick recap. Basically, Boogie has been part of the LolCow Live, which is streamed by Keemstar. It has him, Boogie, Wings of Redemption, and some special guests for this occasion, like America and Mural. But so first of all, like what started this all is that Boogie ran like a fake crypto scam. And he got like $10,000 from that. And basically what he did is that like it was a complete scam. Like it was worthless. Like he just fucked with his own audience of like almost 4 million people. And they gave him all that money and he screwed it all away. Like he promised that he's gonna donate it to a charity, but that didn't happen. Like he was promising that he's gonna donate like $5,000. Instead he donated only $1,000. So he got red-handed, and after that he faked a cancer diagnosis because he was trying to make a story that he has been diagnosed with some kind of like the Animal Crossing version of Cancer.
What?
And yeah, that was basically his version. Like he gave it like the Latin name, that was its name. But then it was so fake that even Destiny got on the stream, and he basically told him that like it's fake. You're just making this up. Like I don't believe you. And after he got kicked out of that thing, he was saying that like, oh, I'm never coming back. This is like I'm not gonna reveal that what kind of diagnosis I got, because people were asking him that like, can you give us like a copy of like the papers that are just like verifying this condition, and he never gave that. Like he was willing to share every single detail about his life except for that one thing, that he didn't even have to like give any specific information about like who diagnosed him, where he gets the treatment. But it's madness. And now he's trying to gaslight people that he's gonna kill himself and so on.
And this is after he's gone through all kinds of therapy. He's come out
all kinds of therapy. He replaced his teeth, everything. Like he is a joke. But yeah, let's roll the clip.
Okay.
The way too.
Okay, well then you guys are gonna have to.
So Wings, what did he say exactly? Yeah. By the way, yeah, he's right. Mood is right. There was no confirmation one way or the other. No confirmation one way or the other. But let's again back up, and here's where it gets interesting. What started Boogie in his tailspin? Right? What made him actually freak out to the point that the police had to be called?
So basically, like, this is a meltdown, because like Keemstar got so scared of like what Boogie was going to do with himself and supposed girlfriend and roommate that he has, that he called the police on him. And you're about to see the meltdown, like what caused it.
Oh,
and before we even do it, I'm going to double check the goddamn audio to make sure it works. So I'm not sitting here and doing this again. Okay, it should work. I don't know why all my clips have reset themselves. It's goblins. Little fucking hat goblins have come in and are fucking with my audio. I don't know why it's doing it. Little demons.
He has been boomerang in this
But
stream.
they did. But we should be good. But this should be the clip. I think that'll be enlightening.
So this piques my interest. I call Boogie. No answer. Whatever. Go on with my day. About 10 minutes later, I get a call from Boogie. And he's huffing and puffing on the fucking phone. Like he's hyperventilating. Mike's on the other line. So it's the three of us. Me, kid behind the camera, Mike, and Boogie. And Boogie goes, You are not going to talk about my sexual abuse on the show. And I go, well, I mean, people are canceling you for this. Don't you want to address it? You are not going to do it. And he's fucking losing his mind, screaming and fucking yelling. Within about like 5 minutes of this conversation, I tell Boogie, fine, I won't bring it up. But Wings might bring it up. And then he lost it.
So what started Boogie on his big freak out that made them...
Like, from a psychology standpoint, like, what is Boogie doing at this point? Like, is he just, like, faking all of this? This is, like, a mental condition.
This is a good question. I don't know what... These are phone calls, so they're always done... that's not a group chat. That's a one-on-one phone call. So... You know, he's realizing he's dedicated himself to an event where he has to talk about himself privately or in a private context. Yeah. Whether he's acting that out as a form of neuroses, meaning he's freaking out over what this could mean, and he's hypothesizing in his brain about, hey, this could ruin me. Hey, I'm going to have no life. I'm going to have so much problems. All these negative emotions, whatever they are. He then has to express that in a rational way, and there's almost no way to do that effectively in an adult manner because you've never had to deal with this before. So you're like, what do I do? Oh my god! And all the issues of anxiety related to, I mean, sex and his personal life, like that's all coming out. And all he has to do is say, I don't want to talk about it. Like, that's the simplest answer. Like, I don't want, it's none of my business, your business, blah, blah, blah. We said, we're not going to talk about it. You are. I'm going to leave. Like, it's a very easy thing to walk away from something. But I don't know. I honestly believe a lot of this is a lot of acting, because these people...
It has to be acting.
Yeah.
Because, at one point, I thought like Keemstar is doing this on purpose to like get easy viewership, but like he's genuinely freaked out. Like that this is just like scary for him. And Vinx is not buying it at all. Like you're gonna see that like he is calling Boogie out like on all occasions that he can, because this is not normal. Like he's just doing this, and he's gonna go even extreme. Like I mean, like what Boogie is gonna do to himself to like make him look like he's a total psychopath. But it's just it is insane. Like he has issues.
Want to call the police on him, that made him start suicide baiting like crazy towards this group of people. Here's my hypothesis. Wings was privy to a conversation that was embarrassing to Boogie related to this exact subject. Boogie remembered that fucking conversation and remembered that Wings was there. And when Keem says Wings might bring it up, that was the shit that broke the dam. That was when the waters were let loose. You could see he gaslit fucking Wings and his wife the second he could. There was no conversation. There were no text messages. Nothing ever happened. I don't even talk to that person. I haven't talked to him for a year. And yet, in the span of this entire podcast, he's shown to be lying about all of it. But what started it? Wings. Wings heard something Wings shouldn't have heard. And Boogie flipped out. Because he knew Wings would call his ass out on it if he remembered, because Wings has been a lot more vocal lately in saying whatever the fuck Wings wants to say. That is my honest belief. So what did that freak out look like? Oh boy. Oh, hold on. Again, I've got to check every fucking clip. Okay. Let's get that one ready to go. I'll give you a little taste of what would it be like. Well, you know, when people say Boogie was like spurging out, what was he what was that like? Here's a little taste of what that would be like.
Big man on dick, buy a hat for your hat.
Let him know. Go off, Queen. Go off, Queen.
I'm not interested. Just let me get through it, Dan.
You got this.
Matt, shut the fuck up. Let me get through it, motherfucker. I begged you not to make me talk about this on the show. I begged you.
You crushed it.
I begged you, Dan. I begged you.
You crushed it. You did very good tonight.
I fucking begged you.
You did. What's going on over there?
This fucking stream died. He's just pounding the table. I begged you, Dan. Yes, that's right. Buy a hat for your hat. I need to incorporate that into a commercial. I need to make that part of my commercial. I just want you to have an idea, like, in your head when we move on to the next clip, and we're talking about, like, what's going on over here? Let me get this next clip ready. What's going on over here? What kind of freak out are we talking about? Well, I can tell you, it's probably that. It's probably him springing out, flailing his arms around. And screaming about, unaliving. Oh, that's right. I've got to use the new kosher terms. Unaliving.
Kosher terms.
Unaliving himself. Yeah, now Kim goes into details about this.
And he hangs up the phone on me and Mike and starts FaceTiming me, okay? He starts FaceTiming me, and it got so scary that I hit record, and I didn't actually record this part. But what Boogie did on FaceTime to me was so insane. He was screaming and yelling. He's fucking has a bottle of pills, and I don't know what kind of pills they are, but he's putting them in his fucking mouth, right? And he's acting like he's gonna eat them, and he's punching himself in the fucking head, and then he's grabbing hunks of hair and pulling out hunks. I'm telling you, his hand.
You got that recorded?
I don't have that part recorded, but I have some of the yelling and screaming.
So there's Boogie calling him up after he told him, oh, maybe Wings is going to bring it up. Maybe Wings is going to talk about it. Maybe Wings will remember that conversation in that truck, Boogie, and bring it up on a stream. And what's he do? Grabs a pill bottle, starts smacking himself in the face, going full tard rage, ripping his hair out, looking like a complete fucking lunatic. And then Keeb's got like some of this recorded, and he looks like an angry dog. He looks like a dog that you took a toy away from.
On my fucking phone, because the FaceTime was so insane.
I've seen him yell and scream before, but like, at what point do you start calling this dude's bluff? Because he does this every fucking time he doesn't get his way. It's like a kid in the fucking drugstore unhappy he didn't get a car.
You see that? See, that's been Wings for the last week. He's been calling him out on his bullshit a lot. And I really, truly do think when we looked at those earlier clips about the sister shit and the lie and him saying that Wings was just off base, that he was worried Wings would have a recollection and bring it up because Wings has been just firing off shots.
Like, this is what it is. I mean, he could be taking homeopathic pills, as far as you know. And those are basically nothing.
Now, this is
chalk.
I don't know if you guys can see this. This is after the head of hair. Now, remember, this is a FaceTime, and I'm screen recording it on my phone, so there's no audio. But can you see that? Look at him.
I want to see.
He looks like a mad dog. Look at this
hair pull. I don't see no big splotches of hair.
It didn't happen.
Here.
I didn't get the hair pull. I didn't get the hair pull in the video. But he's.
He reminds me of my pets. He fucking reminds me of my pets. Like, this is what my dogs look like when I like playing with like a chew toy with them. If we're like doing tug of war. Like, really, look at this. Like, imagine living with this level of just. Those faces, goddamn! I need to make Luma like do a like a refreshed version of this, and like really expand it out with some AI.
And this is all because Wings remembered a random conversation that they did like a few weeks before that for July 4th, 4th of July meeting that they were together in the truck, and Pookie was talking to someone who happens to be his sister. And then on live stream, they had a 15-minute debate if the thing happened at all or not. And he managed to gaslight Wings about that. Like, he is so desperate. Like, the craziest thing is that, like, on this stream, like, Wings admitted that, like, the first thing that he knew about Boogie is that Boogie told him that, like, his dad used to make him suck his dick.
What?
Yeah. And that it didn't match up with like other stories that Boogie told him, so he caught on and like he called out his bullshit.
Oh.
It just like it's the kind of person that keeps telling you tall tales about himself,
so
but like
he invented a story of childhood sexual abuse.
Yes, and then like he even called his sister on that live stream, so they almost got that sibling to admit that, like, oh wait, those things haven't happened.
Yeah,
but they didn't get there.
Jeez, that's yeah, that's getting a bit crazier as we go. So
yeah,
I'm glad I never paid attention to this. This is kind of silly.
It is like if Medico didn't cover it, I wouldn't know about it. This is exactly like the kind of like filter that I can look through this lens, but not the raw. This is insane.
Yeah, for sure. This is not what you expect. 'Cause I remember listening to Boogie years ago when he would make fun of like gamers or talk about movies. Like, it was always a simple guy who seemed pretty nice.
He is like the layman of like the big takes.
Yeah, and he did a parody of, was it Francis or whatever? Like those were his fun little parodies of fans, and I always appreciated what he was trying to do. I just never really paid attention because I wasn't really I didn't need it. I didn't need to listen to that kind of critic. I didn't need to learn. I didn't really learn anything. It was just fun to watch, kind of like watching The Drinker or all these other fine guys. They're layman level of critique, but it just doesn't teach me anything. Nothing I don't already know, and it's just for comedic reasons mostly. So
yeah,
no, I just never really paid attention to those high-end critics as I thought Boogie was. Now I don't know what he's doing, and who listens to him at all about anything, because this is definitely not a good look. whatever he's going through.
Well, he is currently in a debt, so like a few years ago, like he had like he was a millionaire.
Yeah.
But he screwed all his money away in crypto.
What?
That didn't pay off. Yes, and he still has a mortgage on his house.
Wow.
Like $250,000.
Well, that's not horrible. I mean, compared to what he can make, or at least has made.
He only makes like 2 or 3K a month.
What? As a YouTuber or whatever he does?
Yeah,
streamer?
because he gets $2,000 for LolCow, the live stream.
Yeah.
And he got kicked out because he kept lying about things and he kept like stirring up drama.
Yeah.
So it's just I don't get these people. Like you finally have like a basic income that like is enough to like for you to like go ahead and like live your life like, the way you want it.
It's strange to go from that level of popularity and that level of income to like nothing or 2-3K a month. That sounds really weird. That's like below average in America, at least.
Way below average.
So
like I think like that's the amount that he gets for the live streams, but then it adds up with like the little money that he gets from YouTube.
You would have thought after all that income and years of popularity that he would have bought a house and paid off the mortgage really quickly.
Yeah, that should have been the first thing, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that's what everyone else would do. So I don't know when things went awry. I don't know what happened to him over the years because I don't pay attention to this stuff.
It's really deep.
Yeah.
I wouldn't bother either.
Okay, fair enough.
This is just like a small piece of the puzzle.
Well, I don't know, Mark. That's I know I've missed that. I missed a lot of other drama in the past. Even the past week with Xanderhall, I missed all the drama with that.
Xanderhall, yeah, that is like a few days ago. Yeah,
yeah.
That was funny as well.
For what people showed me, I was like, "This is like, why are people melting down over stupid things like this that are resolvable very quickly, or even getting involved with political parties?" With money, like what are you doing? Like that's a recipe for disaster, and not just financially, but just in general. Like you don't start throwing like 3 digits is way more than enough money for anyone that you're giving money to. Even at a wedding, if you're giving, unless it's like an Indian wedding where you're expected to give like hundreds of like a big expensive gift, and they all exchange gold and diamonds. You're like, okay, fine, that's the culture, but.
Yeah, but $4,000 a month, so you can talk about progressive talking points.
I'm very curious what that is, and because I don't see Xander Hall as this intellect, as this guy who's promoting anything. He's just a kid who doesn't know any better.
He really isn't, especially after these leaks. Like even before that, like it was easy to determine that like he was just trying to like put on a face.
Whew, okay.
It's just like kind of hilarious because he has like 100K subs, yet he only is depending on this little sum of money he gets a month. Don't put all your eggs in YouTube.
Well, you can. It's just you have to be very good with what YouTube wants you to do, and consistent and somewhat creative. Like there's ways to make a living off whatever platform. It's just you can never bring like, personal life into it. And
even if you just approach that like that you follow the algorithm or you create like trends, like what Mr. Beast has been doing. Like he got caught like recently that like he has been taking shortcuts and such. Like I don't know how much you know about that drama that has been going on.
Oh God. That's another thing.
That's another rabbit hole.
Yeah, there's so much going on about internet people that have been screwing people over or lying or what have you. Yeah, I stay away from that because I'm too busy. I just don't have time for that stuff.
Same. It's just like you get like the full package in an hour and then you just move on.
Yeah, it's not really my interest, and the only drama I'm concerned about is people hitting me. So even that, I'm sort of like, well, who cares what people are saying? I can at least reply. That's the safest bet. But
your current challenge is making the Fallout video.
It's almost an existential moment for me because we all love Fallout. We all love just the experience, the memories, the people involved, the mods, some of the mod community people. And when you see it get Hollywood attention, or whatever you want to call TV attention, when it goes to a live adaptation, and they get so much wrong so quickly, it changes so many things. You're sitting there going, why did they let that happen? How did the writers, were there too many writers in the room? Was the producer leaning into the writer's room too many times? What was happening that caused Fallout to suck and screw up that way? That's what I wanted to know, because it's one of those personal things that, like screwing up with your. It's like you're learning about the Dead Sea Scrolls. Oh, they were all made up, or parts of the Bible are all fabricated. There's no such thing as this. Holy crap! That would change your worldview. And this is not that. This is just a game. This is just a fun experience. It's one of your favorite Western RPGs. But then you have the guy in charge who owns the thing going, yeah, this is a true thing. This is part of lore. This is canon. You're like, really? Okay. I have to rethink everything now regarding the world, regarding the characters, regarding the setting, the timeline, how things work. It's just, imagine Star Wars was just turned on its head, and that's your thing. And you're like, what?
Well, that just happened almost 10 years ago.
Yeah, I think Star Wars is obscure enough because it's space opera that it allows a lot of flexibility. Even with Episode 1, when they invented midichlorians, you're like, "Blah?"
Yeah, but that was brushed over very quickly. The second movie doesn't even mention it.
Yeah, it's only brought up, I think, with the M count in the Acolyte. That's about it.
Yes.
Everything else they don't even talk about midichlorians, because everyone knows that was a bad idea, and it doesn't work well with the lore, because you're adding science, you're adding biology to magic, which can work, but you also can't paint it with a broad brush and go, well, everything has midichlorians. You're like, really? Huh.
What I noticed is that Amazon is just going full in these adaptations. It's I think a week ago I saw that they are trying to make a live-action Yakuza series. Yeah, and I noticed that it's gonna be made by Japan, so they're just commissioning a Yakuza series from Japan. So I don't know how it's gonna go, because I haven't watched the Yu Yu Hakusho one that Netflix has done a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
I just didn't care. I don't honestly care unless there's something extra stupid going on. But the Yakuza one, I've seen some of the actors that they casted for the characters, because it's gonna adapt the very first game, and it's not looking great. There's a big bald guy Shimano. He's cast as this average height guy with no muscle on him. It just doesn't fit the same character. He doesn't give me that he's a big mob boss that is secretly the mastermind of this big underworld plan to take over the scene. It's insane.
Yeah, that's a campy, it's a very fun, silly universe that takes place, and
the first game is still very serious on note, because it's very dark in themes, but otherwise it's very goofy as well. I just don't know how they can pull it off, especially Amazon.
Well, if they manage to get the one anime adaptation from One Piece working right with the actual creator helping them along, if they follow that same attitude of the guy who made the thing, just invite him to the writer's room or the producer's table and have them explain things. Yeah. It can work. This is the magic. This is how it happens. You get the guy who made the thing to tell you how to make the thing. It's very simple, but they don't realize how, my opinion might not be as good as the guy who knows better. And they have to accept that.
That would be the first thing that I was thinking of as well, especially since this is a Japanese production as well, essentially. They only get paid what they have in plan to make.
Yeah. Oh man. Yakusho. That's. If you ever look at all the other live anime adaptations, it's hit and miss, especially with Rurouni Kenshin, and I think there was
Kenshin one was crazy. Like,
Yeah.
I couldn't understand like what were they going for, especially when he's going fast. Like that looked really bad on live action. Like it's some things are not meant to be shown.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for your time
Thank you
and
for
jumping
that.
in. Have a great time, Mark. We'll talk to you later.
Nice topics. Bye bye.
All right. We have OrangeCrush with us, sir. How you doing?
Hey, how are you? How's everyone doing today?
we are completely out of order and misorganized, but we'll get back very quickly with your wonderful talk on. Well, I don't even know how long this video is. Let's find out.
It's about 7 minutes long.
Fantastic.
So the first 2 minutes is kind of an extraneous intro. You can honestly skip it. It's not that.
It's not letting me play and watch together, unfortunately. So, can we watch it in sync and tell me when to pause? How's that?
Yeah, let me go ahead and pull it up on my end then. Let's see here.
You know, sometimes.
Yeah, it's a drinker video.
Yeah, I like him. I've been following his stuff for a few years now, and usually his takes are honestly what usually gets me to the movie theaters in the first place.
Yeah, I think, as I said before, he's a layman, and anyone can appreciate a simple interpretation of the layman's critic or criticism. So, I am not a huge fan of the Dune series. It's a hit and miss, honestly. After the third book, even by the original author, not to say his family is bad, but they just don't know what to do with it, and you really have to love the lore to keep it going. And
I'm kind of the opinion that the first book itself is enough of a closed loop that where you can. I've always just been a fan of the first story. The original Dune was enough for me. I didn't really care for like Dune Messiah. I never really read God Emperor of Dune or anything like that. I honestly preferred the first book. I thought that it had enough of the narrative itself was interesting. The story about Paul Atreides journeying into the desert, coming to grips with this new dark reality that he was suddenly thrust upon him, dealing with the conspiracies of the Harkonnens and the Emperor, like that was enough. I thought that the first book had a lot of detail that was crammed into it, and I was perfectly just happy just to leave it off at the first book and not really venture into the rest of the franchise. So for the movie adaptation of it, I honestly think that Denis Villeneuve did an excellent job at condensing a lot of the material, keeping a lot of the salient points, and then boiling it down basically to the essential parts of what makes the Dune franchise special.
Yeah, and I think that was focused on anything regarding the Atreides house or the Atreides story, and then once it got away from that, it sort of was being fleshed out for the sake of it. It was fine. Again, as I said, if you're interested in the lore, you want more of the same thing, but you're not getting the same thing. That's what I mean. Like when you get to his son, or was it Kevin Anderson? Like the Heroes of Dune, like it was just like, this is like 2008. Like you're reading, like, wow, Dune, 2008 book. It just doesn't feel the same. And it's so, I wouldn't say opera-y. It's more like, it's like someone writing a Star Trek novel, but big. It's just huge. And there's all this stuff that you're not related to that you have to be a different kind of reader to appreciate that type of science fiction, I think. It's weird.
Yes. And it's definitely more of it's definitely, in my opinion, it's more of soft sci-fi. It's definitely not hard sci-fi. It's not like an Isaac Asimov book or anything like that. But, yeah, I think the rest of the universe is interesting, but yeah, that core story I think is the part that I really found that I found engaging in the first place. That's what got me into it.
Yeah.
So I got the video loaded up. I mean, we can watch his intro if you want. It's a really goofy, tortured analogy, or we can just skip to, I think it's about roughly about like 1 minute is when he really starts to get into the core of the Dune review.
Okay, I'm at 1 minute. Let me hit play. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Dregs of the superhero genre and a series of cash grab sequels that nobody really wanted
Just tell
or
me when to
asked
stop.
for. And then along came Dune Part 2, and just like that dodgy kebab shop from my tortured intro, it's here to save the day. Only this movie won't
God,
give you
the
violent explosive diarrhea
visuals
powerful
for this
enough to
movie
crack
were
the
beautiful.
toilet bowl. Yes, Dune Part 2 is here, and after sneaking into, an advanced screening, I'm pleased to say that it's everything I'd hoped for, plus a little extra. Yeah, there's a few little niggles here and there that I'll get into later, but for the most part, I think Denis Villeneuve delivered another visually stunning, thoughtful, mature, and well-crafted sci-fi movie with the kind of cast that most directors could only dream of, and provides a fitting conclusion to the Dune saga. Well, for now at least. Now, I absolutely don't want to spoil this
one.
one,
Pause
so I'm
really
going to
quick here. So one of the things that I actually, as a good talking point about the intro to this, is that kind of what I was saying earlier is that these two Dune movies really do close the book on a lot of this. So one, it's a complete story, like from beginning to finish. There's no really lingering plot threads to be addressed after the ending of the movie itself. I assume in this format we're fine to talk about spoilers for a movie that happened 5 months ago, right?
Sure.
Right? Yeah. So I mean, we have everything resolved, right? So we have the Harkonnens are dead. Paul is about to begin his grand jihad against the universe, or they call it a holy war, not a jihad, but it's the jihad, and he's going to start this whole crusade and everything. But all of the major plot points have all been kind of wrapped up nice and neatly in a nice little kind of bow. And I think in terms of an adaptation of that first book, that's what sells me as this being as being an excellent adaptation. One of the things that I notice a lot with a lot of modern movies, especially when they're adapting new or adapting old material, is that sometimes they'll make little itty bitty changes here to sort of like tease you for a sequel so that you can keep engaging into the franchise. Doesn't seem like they really did that here. There's only one kind of thing they did at the end with Chani that dramatically changed from the book. Did you ever read the first book out of curiosity, Smud?
That was a while ago, and that was probably the more impactful. Now we're talking like 20, 30 years ago. But yeah, I think the one that I remember the most was Children, because that's when a lot of stuff was coming to fruition. So, but it's been a while. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so the big thing that changed was the ending of Chani and how she wrapped into into basically Paul Atreides' house.
Huh.
And that's the only big deviation that they made. And that one I felt like was maybe a little bit of, I'm not exactly sure what that was about. I think he kind of talks about it a little bit later here, but Zidania is an incredibly popular actress, and I think part of it was part and due to that. But the big change for that is that in the books, Chani actually ends up still sticking with Paul at the end, even though he's going to be marrying the princess. And she's basically told by Jessica that it's like, you're going to be you're still going to be his first love. And then, but in the movie, for whatever reason, they build up a lot more tension between her and Paul. And then they basically have her leave Paul at the end as he's going to begin his holy war. I thought it was kind of a bizarre change. That's like my only big kind of tick against the Dune movies as versus the books, because I wasn't exactly sure the reason behind that.
Oh, that does change quite a bit, because if you ever read further with Children of Dune, the death of Paul, like she's a very big part of that. So it's maybe they could set it up so she comes back in a certain way, and his death is predicated on that. I don't know, but yeah, they'd have to rewrite a lot of scenes.
Yeah, that's kind of the one part where so everything else that they adapt out is fine. I'm sorry, we're not really getting to the video. There's just a lot to talk about with this. Everything else they adapt out is fine. So in the first book, they make a big deal about they go into more depth on how, or in the first book, in the first part, movie Dune Part 1, first half of the book, they talk a lot more about like the intricacies of the Harkonnens' coup against the Atreides. So, for example, the Sardaukar are dressed in, Harkonnen liveries. They're disguised. It's not apparent that it's the Emperor's men and everything. And they made those changes in the film, which was perfectly fine. They distilled a lot of the role of I can't remember the title, Mentat, of Baron Harkonnen's Mentat, basically his aide-de-camp. And they didn't even really name him in the movie. He shows up, he basically does some expository lines, he dies.
Yeah.
But in the book, they expanded his role a lot, and then his end was also to die without accomplishing anything. So the point is that there are changes that Dennis has made that for the sake, I think, of brevity, as well as for the sake of trying to cut out some of the extraneous bloat in the original narrative. But I'm not sure if the change for Chani is necessarily one of those. I think that's one, like you talked about. I know that later in the sequels, yeah, Chani, particularly her conflict with the princess, has a lot of focus. So if they're going to continue the movie franchise, I don't know if they're trying to X out that plot line entirely or if they're trying to change it up entirely. It's weird.
Yeah.
That's the one that kind of got me when I was watching the movie, and it made me kind of scratch my head a little bit. So, but we can continue.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Keep my plot summary as brief and vague as possible. So grab your still suit, fill it up with high-grade alcohol, and let's do this. The movie picks up right after the events of the first film, with an exiled Paul Atreides and his mother Jessica now living amongst the nomadic Fremen. Paul wants to strike back at the Harkonnens who wiped out his entire family and deliver some good old-fashioned payback, and gradually he starts to attract more followers to his cause. The more time he spends with them, the more they begin to believe that he might be the promised messiah that'll lead them to paradise, their beliefs encouraged by Jessica, who becomes a kind of religious cult leader for them. Meanwhile, the Harkonnens tighten their grip on Arrakis, brutally repressing the population,
Pause
even
really
as
quick.
the Fremen threaten to
Okay.
Where are you at for a timestamp?
232.
232, perfect. I was going to ask, did you watch the movie, right?
Not the second one. I actually enjoyed the first one, the remake. I think I got it in Canada on Crave this year. And there were about 3 major things that drove me nuts, but other than that, it was very well done, very high production. The casting was pretty good. Chani she sort of grew on me, but it was brief and it didn't really bother me too much. So everything else was very high quality.
What was for 3 major things that drove you nuts?
It was the sandstorm, and when they're flying through in the ornithopter, and they're like, I don't know, it was some ridiculous height. And then the next scene, they're like they say they're like 5,000 feet in the air or something crazy height. And then the next scene, they're literally like gliding right near the ground. And I'm like, okay, that's you don't drop thousands of feet that quickly and not experience something, or like there has to be some transition. You can't just go from A to B. And then now that we're gliding, now the wings are ripping off. Like that's difference of G-forces, difference of physics. Everything just doesn't make sense with that. The shields were okay.
That was my friend's biggest complaint too. He was very frustrated by the shields. Funny enough.
I mean they looked fine. Like they obviously look better than the original, but I was like, yeah, it was okay. Visually, it made sense. Like everything's minimalistic, so you have to go with that. So I'm like, that's fine. I can take that. Some of it, it was pretty authentic to the book, so I thought it was pretty good. It just some of the designs I thought were a bit too off. Not the Sardaukar, I think it was the Harkonnen. All the not the blood, but there was something about it. It was too. It felt too industrial. There's something off about it. I don't know what it was exactly. Like I'm trying to compare it to Yorovsky's version of Dune, how crazy that would have been.
Is it that the Harkonnens were a little bit too that they were almost like, I don't know how else to say this, ugly for the sake of looking ugly, I guess? Is that kind of what you're getting at?
I was going back on the Shakespearean element of Harkonnen, of the Duke or the Baron, and I was like, that was a really big part of the book, like the character, and he's sort of like that, but not enough. And then if everything's minimalistic, it doesn't feel grandiose. It feels like you're...
Yeah, he's supposed to be more like you're kind of thinking he's actually supposed to be a little bit more like gaudy, a little bit more flat. Yeah,
yeah,
flash.
big. And this was so minimalistic. Like he has all the same, like he has the big pot, like he's in the vial and he's dying and he's being like healing up. That's fine. But it felt so clinical. It felt so like I'm watching like a futuristic sci-fi movie as opposed to I'm watching Dune. And it just felt off there a lot for me.
I don't know if you've ever I don't know if you've ever like watched like Yahtzee from The Escapist or anything like that, or I'm sure you've heard of him.
We just watched him an hour ago.
Oh, did you really? Okay. So one of the funny things is that Yahtzee's biggest complaint about some of the early sci-fi horror games is like, why is it that every single one of these places we go into looks like some place that would just be inviting disaster? It looks so, everything's so industrial. It's like his whole thing is he doesn't understand we advance 500 years into the future, but we can't throw down a nice carpet anymore.
Oh, really?
It's like, well, it was one of his early complaints, and he's right. There's a weird, in a lot of sci-fi aesthetic, especially the more modern aesthetic, is that it's, I think the reason that they did it for the Harkonnens, but I do agree with you, it doesn't fit the character of Vladimir, is Baron Harkonnen. They do this whole thing where, yeah, everything is very bare bones, everything is depressing looking, but for Baron Harkonnen, at least in the books, he was rich. He was filthy rich, and he is in the movies too. They talk about that. They emphasize the fact that his wealth is almost greater than the Emperor's. And he's supposed to be living this very extravagant lifestyle. There's a reason the guy is like 700 pounds and he needs gravity lifts to help move him around and everything. I did kind of remember thinking that before. And one of the things I guess I forget is that palace that they were in Arrakeen, that was originally the Harkonnens' palace. That wasn't the Atreides palace. In the movie, I just think it's like, oh, that's just the Atreides. You know, this was what the Atreides like dressed their aesthetic at. It's just sort of this bare bones minimalistic thing. I'm like, okay, that's fine. But you're right. It is actually supposed to be Vladimir's. So anyway, the reason that I had us actually pause is one of the things I wanted to ask was what you kind of thought about Jessica and the lady that was playing her.
Oh, yeah. I thought that was fine. I thought it just did enough, even compared to the original movie, and that was sort of hands off as well. But the focus of Jessica has always been the Bene Gesserit and what her involvement was and how they influenced the religion of the Fremen and all the plans they have in motion. And that's pretty much her role in the story functionally, outside of she doesn't want to be here, she didn't trust anyone, she just wants to protect her son and like all the standard stuff you'd expect. So functionally it worked. And again, because everything is simple and minimalistic, I'm like, okay, this is the mode we're going with. It's fine. It doesn't change too much.
We can continue on for a little bit more here.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
Undermine their control, but will Paul risk everything to free the planet from their brutal regime? And even if he does, what will it mean for the future of the galaxy? There's so many positive things I want to say about this movie that it's hard to know where to start. I mean, I guess we should probably get the superficial stuff out of the way by praising the visuals.
Yeah, the visuals
and believe
were stunning.
me, they deserve
Definitely
to be
worth
praised.
it to see it in IMAX.
Villeneuve has always been good at turning the screen into his canvas, producing visually striking scenes and landscapes that stay with you long after the movie's over. And Dune 2 might be his finest work
actually,
today.
surprisingly,
This
it was
is
actually
exactly
hard to
the
find
kind of
an
film
IMAX
that
that
IMAX was created for, and
available
a good
nearby for
example
me
of
to actually watch
CGI
this,
being
even though I
carefully
live in
used to
Dallas.
render things that just wouldn't be possible to do any other way. Honestly, there was times when I was happy to just sit back and allow the film to wash over me. Compare this to the gaudy, cluttered, overwhelming visual diarrhea mask.
Yeah, I'm just pausing it. What is this? That can't...
Yeah, I what movie was that? Is that
a Disney flick? Yeah, something.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is chat responding with anything? Does chat know?
That's a lot of color all at once. I don't think that's a Disney.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's like that is a. I don't know what movie that he was referring to there. That looks like a superhero flick or something. I stopped watching the MCU, so I have no idea what's coming out anymore.
Yeah, I can't recall anything from Marvel in the past decade. No, at least 5 years. I might have seen a Marvel film, but yeah, I have no idea. I guess he's just making a joke. Who knows?
Yeah, no. Well, he was referring to obviously another gaudy visuals, and I agree, some of them are pretty bad. But I just was curious which one that was. Funny. Quick aside though, on the first movie, I don't know if you heard this little controversy, but Dennis actually was like railing against Warner Bros. Because he wanted basically a first like week or something like that to purely be in theaters, so that people would have to go to like the IMAX theaters and stuff like that. And Warner Bros. Basically like apparently like behind his back went ahead and started releasing it on streaming for like early release or something like that. And so like there was like a big spat between the two of them about that. Apparently there was a lot of that because it was like just post COVID when everything was opening back up. And so there's a lot of confusion for a lot of actors who had signed like contracts, and they said it's like, no, we want to make sure that the movie theaters are getting like their due attention and everything. But ready to start back up. I'm at 324.
I am at 321.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Rating his films these days, and you begin to understand just how powerful this technology is when it's properly used. The story, as far as I can tell, is surprisingly faithful to the book, and while they might have condensed certain things down and cut out other stuff for the sake of runtime and narrative streamlining, I can kind of understand why for the most part. And ultimately, the main themes of religious dogma and cult of personality manipulating the masses, the corruption of power, and the dangers of blind faith are well represented on screen. Paul absolutely isn't the infallible hero that people want to believe in so badly, and the more the film progresses, the more you begin to see the flaws in his personality that'll go on to have catastrophic consequences for the galaxy.
I'm trying to remember that. I'm remembering the 3 things I didn't like. The other one, I'm just recalling. The second one was the doctor who was fine. Not the doctor who commits the crime, the doctor of the Fremen who was associated with the Fremen. They changed the gender to a female, I believe.
Oh, Leah Kynes. Yeah, they actually cut out her little plot point too, actually, now that I think about it.
Yeah, it was just like, something about it didn't feel right, because I don't remember the character very well, but something was off.
Yeah, that's because, so Kynes is Connie's father.
Yeah, right.
Or Johnny's yeah.
Yeah, I was like, what's going on here?
Yeah, I thought that was weird too. Because I thought that maybe they were just changing it to where Chani's father was Fremen and then her mother was an Imperial, and I thought they were just going to bring it up in the next film, and they never did.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah. It was that one. I couldn't put my finger on it because I was like, something felt wrong about it. The other one, which I didn't get, which was in the book, which was this. I don't know if it was I think it was a dinner or a strategy meeting on Arrakis with the family, with the Atreides, and there's this beautiful scene of him figuring out how to do things and political maneuvering and like all this wonderful stuff that this is what you expect in a story of this like scale, and it just wasn't there. It was just they just had some weird. They met with the Fremen leader, and that was this funny little thing, and you're like, whatever, like that's fine, but I wanted the political stuff because that's what you got if you watched the Children of Dune series on, I think it was the late 90s or early 2000s, where they. Again, this is a budget production, but they did a really good job of condensing stuff and fleshing out stuff that needed to be fleshed out. So that was the other thing that really was not in the story. The stuff about Chani, everyone has already talked about, like she gets different scenes or some scenes aren't there or whatever. And now that you're telling me that they've completely changed her story in the second one, I'm like, oh, that's...
There's actually another interesting change they made here. Pause here really quick.
Yep.
One of the other changes that they made was, so in the book, so there's a couple of things. So first off, Dr. Yue, actually, they changed up him a little bit to where, so in the books, it's heavily implied to where he knew his wife was dead. He knew that the Harkonnen had already killed his wife. The reason that he went through with the betrayal anyway is he kind of figured that, it sounds like it was very much implied that he figured Harkonnens were going to get what they wanted anyway. They were going to destroy Atreides. They were going to sneak in there. So he wanted a chance to kill the Baron. So that was the whole thing. Is that's why he wanted. So they kept that part where Duke Leto Atreides would kill the Baron, but they didn't. They kind of made him a little bit more simplistic in the movie, and I think that that's probably one of the risks of adaptations versus a book. Like books, you can explore inner dialogue and inner thought. Movie, it's really hard to do that without someone going on a long expository narrative. So that's one thing they changed. A big thing that they flipped, though, in the movie, there is a scene between Princess Ireland and the Reverend Mother, the head of the Bene Gesserit. And in that scene in part 2, the Bene Gesserit Reverend Mother said it was her recommendation that House Atreides was destroyed. That is a change from the book, because in the book it was actually the Emperor. The Emperor is solely his own care, like his own, like this was the Emperor's plan. And in fact, the Reverend Mother did not want that to happen at all. It was very much implied that she wanted to avoid it because she didn't want to destroy an entire genetic line. Because, you know, for obviously, as you know, like the whole point of the Bene Gesserit is they crossbreed everybody so that they can find the Kwisatz Haderach, the one. That's the whole purpose. They control the Imperium by basically creating great people of power. And they flipped it. They flipped it to where the Emperor, played by Christopher Walken of all people, basically was a puppet. But I don't know. I kind of felt that was a little bit. That was another weird change to me. I kind of felt that it sort of robbed the Emperor of his mysterious, more of his kind of his gravitas in a lot of ways. Like in the movie, he very much comes off as he says a few lines, promptly dealt with, and then we're probably not going to really hear from him again anyway. Because I know that his fate in the books is he gets exiled to essentially the Sardaukar planet, and he just kind of stays there. So I'm not. There's some things, like, for the most part, adaptation wise, it was great. Movie wise, it was great. But there's some things that they change around, and I'm not sure what the psychology behind that was. I'm not sure what the reasoning behind that was. And it speaks also to that whole thing where you're saying, like, they take out a little bit of the political nuance too, which I thought was always the attractive part about Dune.
Yeah,
I like that. I like the conspiracy and everything.
Yeah, that's the beauty of space operas, is the political strife and conniving and maneuvering, and especially in Dune, because there's so many houses, there's so many groups. Like the Bene Gesserit are against the male version of themselves, which are all like techno organic. The Teliacs, I can't remember their name.
You talk about the Mentats, the human calculators?
They make those guys, I think, and they make the golems. They're the guys who make the golems. I can't remember their names.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're like the male version of the Bene Gesserit. They're all secretive, and like there's all these houses, there's all these groups, there's all this wonderful lore. So you want these people to come into to conflict and figure things out and connive, and you want it to be complicated, but you want it to be clear at the end. And that's why when you have a messianic-like figure that's going to throw a wrench into all this and just see the future and like, oh shit, now this is going to change everything. Like, that's where the story is going to go. And then they tell the story that, and we get to children where the fallout of that is. And that, so when Drinker was saying about the faultings of Paul's personality, I was like, I don't think that's his personality. He didn't go the golden path. That wasn't his thing. He chose not to. So, you know, it's about his son Leto. So that's where things are about his personality, and that's where things of the story of the Messiah all catch up. So this stuff, like the first part, this is just, you know, setting the groundwork, why this is a big deal, where are all the people, who are they, what do they want, is it all just about the Emperor? No, there's all these forces involved. That's why you read these books. It's not just spaceships in space, because there's very few spaceships in Dune. It's all about political stuff, so, and the religious element. But that's just a secondary element. I think it's all about the relationships and the characters and what they're trying to do. And, you know, once Paul gets his powers, you're just like, okay, that's fine. But he decides to let that go and say, I'm going to be a man. I'm going to live my life and worry about the future for someone else.
But these are all things that will be addressed in the next part of the franchise, right? Not at the end of the first book, I assume.
Yeah, I think the actor is way too young, and it just wouldn't work. Like, you have to wait another 10 years or so at least.
Well, do you know that they ended up skipping so they didn't do a time skip. So I don't know if you again I don't know if you heard about this, but his sister actually was it sounds a little bit more absurd to kind of like say it out loud. His sister was speaking telepathically to Jessica while she was in the womb.
Right, yeah.
As opposed to actually being already out there. So that actually left the death of Baron Vladimir Harkonnen actually in the hands of Paul. Like Paul is the one who actually ended up killing him, which as far as an adaptation change, I actually like that a little bit more. I thought it was kind of a little bit, I thought at least for in terms of watching it from movie to movie, it probably also would make a lot more sense for moviegoers for Paul to be the one to kill the Baron, because Baron's the one who murdered his father, orchestrated the death of his house, that kind of thing. Like it fits.
Okay, I gotta reread that because I really liked how his sister dealt with that. It was kind of this creepy, like she's possessed.
Yeah,
yeah. It's just holy shit. She's doing crazy shit all of a sudden. Why? What's happening? And then everyone's like, we gotta kill her. She's like, no, she's my sister. And then they figure out how to. And, oh, gee, it's so tragic. But yeah, those are one of the better scenes or memorable scenes in that storyline with her sister. That
yes. So that's kind of like what I'm saying. Like it's a good adaptation, I think, for in terms of getting some of the core points across. There are some parts it misses. Now, what they could be doing is he could be removing that part of the introduction of the sister that way, and they might be moving her to do something maybe a little bit more creepy in Dune Holy War in the next film, which I think has been greenlit from what I've heard. I think it's actually in production right now. So that could be what he's trying to do. Same with the Chani thing. It might just be he didn't want to bloat down the film maybe even more than it already is. I mean, they're both very long movies. I think they're both well over, like, approaching the 3-hour mark or something like that. It's so so it could be that. But yeah, I agree. We missed something special by seeing her go to town on the Baron. The duel between him and Fade, though, I thought that was actually done pretty well. Very beautiful cinematography moment. Fade, the guy who actually played Fade was Drinker was right. He was a really good shoe-in for the role.
Oh, was it better than the scene with Sting on the original?
I actually never watched the original, but it sounds like you have. So.
Oh, this is, I mean, we're talking the early 80s, so I'm like trying to remember. There was a lot of crazy, weird stuff in the, what's his name?
Is this David Lynch?
The Lynch version. Like, he would just do crazy shit. Like, he made the freaking navigator.
Yeah.
Oh, there was so much weird crap in there. And you're like, I can't remember any of this. Like, this is not in the book. Like, and then you read it, you're like, yeah, he completely put in scenes because that's why he did it. He wanted to do fun stuff that only he would be interested in. And then to have the sonic weapons and all these other things depicted with the voice, you're like, okay, that's fine. The way they did it. So yeah, that was fine. I just don't like the fact that already he's like super powered. Paul's like already amazingly strong, and I wanted to see that progression a bit more because he's a young guy. He's a young actor. He's perfect for that kind of role of getting into it. And as soon as Stilgar gets taken out, or his teachers are gone, he's just by himself, and all of a sudden, boom, he's got the voice, he can do this, his mom is barely teaching him, but he's amazingly strong already. So there's a little bit of power creep that just comes out of nowhere, almost Mary Sue-ish, that just sort of irks me. But because there's so much time in the book that he learns and fails and learns and fails. And then he hits that point where he's like, all right, I'm stronger than everyone in the room.
So that actually is an interesting point too, and I've actually asked myself, it's like, would this have been better to be putting it in a trilogy or stretching it out more? I honestly think that Dune as a miniseries is probably the best format. Like if you're talking about for something like Dune, another one that I'm glad that they made into a miniseries as opposed to trying to adapt it straight from a book to a movie was Shogun, because that's another story that's very dense in terms of character interactions, trying to explore, the actual history, the culture, everything like that, the power dynamics, the relationships.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's something that you can do in a 3-hour movie.
Yeah.
Not even two 3-hour movies.
The same attitude with George R.R. Martin and his series. Like, if you actually look at the 2000, I just looked it up. It was a 2000. It's called Frank Herbert's Dune, and that was fantastic to get that on the Space Channel because you had all kinds of, like, Farscape was coming out and all these other weird. I think Star Trek was over, and then Deep Space Nine was just getting started. So when you watch Frank Herbert's Dune, you're like, oh wow, this is great, and it's this slow-moving story about the thing you might have watched 20 years ago in a movie condensed in a very quick, weird, creepy 70s tacky vibe, gelatinous creature effects from Lynch, and then you get this thing that came out, and it's just slow moving sci-fi. Hey, it's Dune, but it's just people talking, and yeah, they got a budget to barely put a tablecloth around something, but it was fun, and it got adult, it got mature a lot of times, and you could tell that some of the budgets bumped up and down for the action scenes and the fight scenes and the CGI for the ornithopters, and it really told a good tale, and it went into Children of Dune, and it really went crazy with it. So that is what I would say to check out if you want to see the next Dune series.
I think I would, because so you're talking to a guy who's a West Wing fan, so a series just about people talking is perfectly fine with me. I'm not a very so I'm one of those people who I'm one of those people when they go to action movies that when he's forced to go to an action movie, I bring something else with me to occupy my attention because I get very bored during just bog action films.
Yeah, I think that's the mentality of why the films are so long these days, because people are going to be watching them at home and they're just going to be pausing it, going to the bathroom, getting a snack,
playing on their phone,
whatever, working with their kids. Who knows? Yeah, they're going to be at home, and that's the mentality. And why not make a film that's 4 hours? Why not make a miniseries that's 20 hours? You can do it. People will download it. So why not?
Yeah, we're not at the stage anymore where going to the movie is it's a special affair that you do maybe like once or twice a month or something like that. You take the whole family out and you dress up to go to the movies and everything. It's definitely a different format now.
Yeah, and now that we're talking about movies, thank you so much for your time, OrangeCrush. We got a guy from Hollywood. Have yourself a good one. I definitely want to talk about more Dune later because it's a great series. And
no, perfectly fine with me. I'll talk to you guys later. I got to get back to doing some other stuff. So have fun, y'all. And thanks for having me on.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Alrighty. Where are we? Mr. Glib.
Can you hear me?
Is it Mr. Glib? I can't tell. You change your name and your avatar all the time. I don't know who you are.
I'm in a server with all my buds, and we do all sorts of goofy hijinks like that. You know, we play Roman generals. We're going through a Dune phase because everybody read the book and listened to the audiobook, and then we've been chopping up the differences between the movie and the book, and I'm probably going to do something on that. I'm very circumspect as a person. I have to really have a definitive take here. Maybe this will be a better icon, by the way. But there's a bunch of stuff. I know you just were mentioning Dune, so it's perfect. There's a lot of changes in the movie, and even though the movie plays out the way that it does, and it works for the most part for what it is, there's a lot of subtle textual changes. And when I think you should probably be a part of that because you're into the textual aspects of it. But we should definitely look at these subtle changes because a lot of the time when people are talking about something like a race swap or something, or they're talking about a gender swap, it doesn't have any contextual meaning. And in Dune, everything as it's laid out has contextual meaning and subtextual meaning. It has philosophical meaning to it. There's a structural reason for everything. So when you have something like Kynes being changed from a man to a woman, it kind of confuses things because there's like this theme of fatherhood and being a son that's throughout Dune. In fact, a lot of it, I would say, is the death of the father and the birth of the son. You know what I mean? Or the death of the father and the rising of the new son. And so Kynes in the book is actually Chani's dad, and so has ties blood ties to the, or water ties to the, there's the bond of water between kinds, and therefore he's accepted in every siege. And so you have little things like that, and then you have larger things like who initiates an action, or who is the one that introduces the phrase to the audience, and all those little subtleties are very interesting. But it's fun to talk about that, coming off of what you guys were just coming out of, because I recently went to Comic-Con last week, and I was still trying to chop up how I would share this information, but I went to a panel, and I was going to do photography for the panel, and I get into this argument with this woman outside of the panel, and it escalates really fast. It's like, you know, when you see, have you ever seen the Boondocks?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so you know the moment where like they like the two guys walk into each other, and then they pull out their guns and they start going, hey, what? It was literally like that. I was in that, but both of the participants were white, right? So it was like a nerd moment, if you will, not an, you know, the other one. So we were having our nerd moment, and I'm arguing with this person who's the host of this panel, and the panel is on producing television shows, like how you make it, how you can convert a comic book or a story idea that you have into it. And we're going back and forth, and it's becoming very clear that the person that I'm talking to is completely ideologically opposed to everything that I've been saying for the entire week that I've been there. It feels like a week. It's really only been 2 days that I was there.
Wait, an ideology based off film?
No, it's about the Comic-Con issue. Because what happened is I found out, and I don't know if you're that much into Comicsgate. I feel like you're probably not that big of a comic book guy compared to some of the other stuff that you're into. Like, I mean, and I say that knowing that you're into manga, right?
Sure.
Yeah, so, you know, but anime, the written word, the combination of the comic books, I haven't seen you as that deep into the Comicsgate stuff. Have you heard of the milkshake photo?
No.
Have you heard of that? Okay, so there's this photo from like 7 years ago, and it features a bunch of these Marvel writers and the editors or whatever, and it's all these girls, and they're going out and they're getting milkshakes. And somebody posts on Twitter, and I'll see if I can find it, but somebody posts on Twitter that this is like the reason why all the comics are shit, right? Here, I'll show you the picture. Let's see here. Do you mind if I share my screen?
You can give me the image. I could put it up on the screen for everyone.
Okay. I would, because I have some stuff here. You know what I mean? Like, I have some numbers I wanted to show you. I'm leading somewhere with this.
Okay.
So this, I sent a picture to you in the group chat, and the reason why this is important is because the person that is holding the camera in this photo turns out to be the person that I was in an argument with.
Huh.
You understand? So this person's called Heather Antos, and her first foil on the internet was your boy Zach. And your boy Zach is the guy that basically was the man who launched Comicsgate, essentially, by starting to call all this out. He had the YouTube thing, Diversity in Comics. And he's been so pressed and so stretched by this whole notion that his standing in Comicsgate is not what it once was before. And this is what led to the Ethan Van Sciverse, and this is what led to the Ripperverse. And like all of this stems from this one milkshake photo for the most part, because it's representative of everything that's going bad in comics. Now, the reason why I mention this is because the first thing that this Heather Antos person mentioned that ticked me off was saying that when she was 24, within a year or so, she got a job as an editor or something, like as a writer at Marvel Comics. Huh. Now, I know that there are a lot of people out there that are like, wow, I would really like a job at Marvel Comics. And this person got a job right out of college. And what's interesting is that all the people, all the producers, and all the people that were involved in this panel that I was talking to beforehand were telling me about how scared they are because they can't find work. And this person's leading with, in her introduction to everybody, oh yeah, you know, what's your story? Oh, I got this job at Marvel Comics coming right out of college. And now Heather Antos is one of the senior editors at IDW Comics. And if you look at the comic books that you see, and this is why I should probably send you this information, or why I wanted to share my screen, is that comic books are down really, really bad. And then also the independent comic book market is not as big as people make it out to be. Like Eric July, if he takes $3 million in or whatever, or if you have Berserker by Keanu Reeves, it brings in 14,000 backers for $1,447,000. Well, 14,000 isn't anywhere near actual good numbers. You know, if Cyberfrog gets 20,000 sales or whatever, that's still nothing in compared to, what is it, like the top 750 comic books. And I was doing this research because I was having this argument with this woman. And what happened was, I said, I really care about the fans. I really care about the people on Twitter that are upset. I think we should cater to them. I think that Hollywood depends on comic books right now, and Marvel isn't introducing any comic books. So I asked Heather Antos, and this person that was like her writing partner probably at IDW or whatever, I was like, name a superhero character that's come out in the last 20 years, an original Marvel character. And you know what their answer was? Miles Morales.
Okay.
So in the last 20 years, the only thing that we've had is a swap, like a race swap or like a color swap of a character. And I said that. I went, hey, you know, that's just Spider-Man again, right? And they rolled their eyes, and it kept going. And then eventually they got to the point where they were saying, well, you know, I don't need white men for the comic books or whatever, because they had the highest selling indie comic or whatever under IDW and all this stuff. And we're talking about selling like under 50,000 copies of this thing, that kind of thing, right? So I'm talking to them about how the great chain of going from the comic book industry and everything that it's put together in the last 100 years is now being mined by, or has been for the last 10 years, by the Marvel Cinematic Universe, by DC, by everything. I mean, think about it. Everything in Hollywood has been fucking comic books for like the last 15 years, right? Since 2008. And we've gone full circle. So from 2008, when Robert Downey Jr. was the lead guy, now he's in 2024 being paid $80 million to come back as Dr. Doom.
80,
some other
80
right?
million?
80 million for 2 movies.
Wow. That's...
And people are complaining about that on Twitter. They're like, wow, that's too much money. What about all of the other people that can't get any money, all that stuff. And I'm like, guys, in 2008, the thing that was holding the market up was fucking Hugh Jackman being X-Man and fucking Robert Downey Jr. being Iron Man. Like that's and now we're doing the same thing. Marvel and what is it? Deadpool and Wolverine and Deadpool, whatever. That's the biggest movie right now. That's the #1 movie. And it's Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman 20 years after they've been fucking young men. You know what I mean? Like they're middle-aged guys now. And we're still doing the same thing. And the newest top 20 whatever in the last 20 years, the freshest character according to Marvel, according to Heather Antos that Marvel has put out, has been Miles Morales, an entirely divisive, tokenized character that's just Spider-Man again. So I was talking to this woman and I was saying, like, how are we going to fucking fix this entertainment business? Which is what this panel is about, making your own television show. The people on the panel can't even get jobs for their relatives. They can't get jobs for people that they care about. They can't get jobs for people that they've been working with for the last 20 years or so. And the entire industry is dependent on comic books. And then we're not producing new comic books, and manga is completely eating our lunch. To put this into context, the Marvel and DC are actually like way down the line in terms of print sales. Did you know that Scholastic Media, the education company, makes hundreds of millions of dollars off of their print sales, some of which are Marvel properties, and Marvel and DC make under $35 million a year?
So they're the physical publisher? They actually just make the...
Yeah,
okay.
Viz Media and Scholastic are like 50% or plus or something like that of the market share. And Viz Media, as everybody knows, which had a humongous presence at Comic-Con this year, is a manga seller, right? Yep. So if you look at the top 750, and I want to make sure that I have my numbers correct. I have it here somewhere. But the top 750 books or whatever, only like 5 of them are Marvel books. And DC is actually the 7th largest comic book distributor, which puts it below IDW. And what's crazy about all of this is that, like, let's say you sell 140,000 copies of something, right? You're selling Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, The Last Ronin, your IDW. Your top comic book is not made by anybody within your hiring practices. It's made by people, but the brand is Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So there's a humongous fandom around characters, but not comic books that the characters are in. And the comic books, the top 10 comic books in America or whatever, are like Captain Underpants. You know what I mean? Little kids stuff that you would see at the scholastic book fairs at elementary schools and stuff. The only other and this is funny, the only other comic book within like the top 10 sales from 2023 is a independently produced Bible comic book called it's like the Comic Bible or something like that, or I can't remember what it's called, but it's awesome to me that there's some sort of piece of Christian media that's that high. And when you compare these to the Comicscape market, you realize that there's not really that big of a market for this stuff. You know, if Ethan Van Sciver wants to say like, oh, I'm so amazing because I sold 16,000 comics, that's not a lot of comic books, but that's a lot of money in the pockets of one person. If IDW is making $7 million a year and they have all these employees that they're trying to pay, then it makes sense why the person hosting this panel who's boasting about how they got the job out at 24 was also crowdfunding for a laptop on Twitter a couple years ago.
Wow.
So like the industry is really, really bad unless you're into manga. And what's crazy is that if you look at I was looking at Comic-Con yesterday, adjusted for inflation and comic book count. The #1 comic in America in 1997 was twice as profitable as the #1 comic in 2023 and sold twice as many copies, even though it was priced at $2 as opposed to $7 or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So then, and when you compare that to like a lot of the Comicsgate stuff is like, we're selling a comic book for $45 plus you have to pay for shipping. So like, it makes sense that the comic book market is really driven by social media algorithms and social media presence and shilling for your comic book, as opposed to like people actually want to buy these comic books and participate in it. And most of the time, I think people aren't even aware. I was going through Comic-Con and walking the floor and all that, and at the center, most of the stuff was manga, and the TV presence and entertainment presence is really down. And there's all these panels being like, hey, you can go and do this, you can go and do this. But there's no actual upward mobility opportunity whatsoever. You know what I mean? There's the industry is somewhere between 25 to 50% down with television right now. So I had this whole back and forth with this lady at this panel. And I'm standing there and I'm getting really heated and I have to walk away because I'm so like, it's so frustrating to have this conversation. But I didn't realize who I was talking to until after, and I looked at the panel because I didn't know who this person was. I was just talking the same way that I had talked this whole time. I had talked to anybody at Comic-Con. I was like, guys, we should not, like, what are we celebrating? We're celebrating a shrinking market or whatever, you know? Like, the sales for comic books, I think in 2023 were 22% down, but they were up since, you know, people were, this is crazy, right? People were blaming COVID for why comic books are down, even though comic books are the perfect thing to sell during COVID, right?
Yeah.
And at the same time, sorry, go on.
Well, it depends. I mean, everyone's hobbies are sort of brought to the forefront during COVID, as well as, you know, surviving. So eating and drinking and working and all the jazz that you have to do. So you need that extra time. But that's why Netflix jumped up in stock. That's why Disney was up in stock for no reason. Why would Disney get popular suddenly? So there's all kinds of things that happened during 2020, but even now, like the marketplace in general, I'm talking about the TSX, the NYSE, any kind of stock exchange, it's reminiscent of 2020. It's not the same levels, but it's being held up by, you know, 4 or 5 major companies in the States. Everything else is at the same level. So the world has known this for about 3 years. So we're like, oh yeah, like today, I don't know if you saw the market. It crashed today.
Did it today?
Well, not huge, but it still crashed. So it was
going down.
It was really down yesterday. It's even down worse today. So I haven't closing bells right now, but yeah, everything's been going down this week. It's going to get worse next week, and who knows what's going to happen come November. So yeah, no, I agree that stuff to do in your free time, play video games, read a book, buy a comic book, that should have popped up during COVID. And
it should have.
Yeah.
And and I understand that things go down and print media. Like here, I'll show you another image here that maybe you could put up. I'll keep trying to feed you here.
Yeah, well, you were talking about popular series in America, and my brain goes to like the big ones like Superman, Batman, X-Men, but Sandman's still selling. Watchmen.
Sandman is in the top 5 sales.
Yeah.
Watchmen, the print. So you've seen the same thing that I've seen. Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know. I just know it's always been popular since I was in school. It's still being. I guess
why. That's so funny.
That's why Gaiman is just like he's just doing whatever he wants. Same with Watchmen. Watchmen's I think it's number 1 in terms of the world ever, next to Mouse and Bone. So there's these top 5. Dark Knight Returns is up there as well. But the other one,
Returns, all of those, and Batman Year One, all of those that you just mentioned are still top of the charts when it comes to like trade paperbacks.
Yeah, and the only like original name, not even original nowadays, but original in terms of not the ones that you know of in popularity, are The Walking Dead, and there's one from Image Comics called Saga, which is a post-apocalyptic story. So those are there. But have you heard of these? Walking Dead, maybe, because there's a TV show based off it, but there's a huge comic book following.
So much.
Yeah.
When I went to Comic-Con, I saw that they're doing a Daryl Dixon, like a Book of Boba Fett style thing. I mean, it's just such an unoriginal environment. But like Walking Dead, the collections, and by the way, you have to take all of these, like you have to understand, if somebody sells a number 1 of something or a number 1,000 of something, it's different, right? So there's a Detective Comics number 1,000 sold 500,000 copies because it's a collector's item.
Yeah.
But how did 1,001 sell? You know what I mean? How did number 2 sell of something? So Walking Dead and like Watchmen is a whole complete trade paperback, so you can sell that, boom, But a lot of number 1s are at the top of the sales charts. That doesn't say anything for the longevity of the product. You know what I mean? So like you will get in Image Comics of the top 750, and the data comes from bookstores and any kind of mainstream thing. It doesn't come from independent stores that don't contribute to this data. But from within the data set, Walking Dead is one of the only Image comic books that's in the top 750. Image is really, really down in a way. But at the same time, they're putting out an equivalent amount of comic books as DC. If DC put out 672 last year, and Marvel put out 925. Image put out 637. So it's like there's a quantity here, and where's the market? Why are people not buying this stuff? And I always go back to quality, but what I have to ask myself is like, how many people actually want to buy and read these comics, and how many people are comic book fans from their childhood that like they still want to be, but they're not interested in it? Is that how much? Because with all our data, it's like how much of a market is missing that you could get? That's the big question that I have. Because I think the conversation that you guys were mentioning right before I came on, it was like the theater conversation. I keep telling people that we need to get people into the theaters. We gotta dump some money into improving the theaters so that people don't, have sticky floors or trashy seats or whatever. I'm seriously like cheaper popcorn. Give them something to go and watch. There's no shortage in my city of old, like we have the Alamo Draft House. We have Quentin Tarantino has a grindhouse theater basically that he built up with his partners, and they play old movies all the time. We have this thing called American Cinematheque, which is like all of these old movies. There's 4 theaters, I think, that play them. We got the Egyptian Theater that does 70mm presentations. They've got a 2001 print that they constantly are playing because it's 70mm. They got all this great stuff, and then they bring in people like Jodorowsky was at one thing. They had David Lynch, like all these different people, and that's where the film community is. And the comic book community, I feel like it's the same thing, but it's like there's what has happened is because media is all focused on the superhero stuff. That's where it's been. The conversation is all corporate, and then you go over to the manga thing, and that's where it seems like all the actual fans, like all the young people want to read manga. You know what I mean? And it's like the big question to me is there a way that the Western comic book environment could create black and white periodicals, black and white issues? I don't. What do the Japanese call their collections? There's a Japanese word for it.
Oh, anthologies?
Yeah, the little anthologies that they have, and Marvel likes to call them omnibuses. Where
Yeah,
it's like a collection.
zines or mix zines, something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Anyway, how do we as Americans, how do we as the West, Canadians, Europe, Belgium, anywhere, how do we bite into that market where it's slice of life and all this stuff? And that was part of the argument I was having with Heather Antos at Comic-Con, because they were basically saying that, they're lesbian whatever thing, they don't need white men thing, like legitimately like that kind of thing. That was going to be the answer to manga. But as soon as I mentioned manga, they looked flustered.
Really?
Because it's like, they don't feel like they can compete with manga. They don't think they have anything to offer. And that's the thing that I think is crazy. Like, what do you think is missing from the Western comic book formula to be able to switch from being superhero oriented to being slice of life or magic or anything?
Well, I like comparing this to the magazines or the newspapers from the 30s and 40s, and the beat authors, those who wrote because they wanted to write, and that's the only way they could. They got paid by the word, and that's where you got the Harlan Ellisons. You got all these guys writing science fiction and dramas and whatever, the same way they might have had radio dramas back in the day. These were done in periodicals, these were done in newspapers, these were done in science fiction magazines, and that's how they got started. And you feel that as you go into the short story anthology styles, that this is really what science fiction should start with if you're going to learn about science fiction and appreciate it. With manga, everyone who does a manga is a passion project. It has to be. There's no other. You are the driving force, you're the writer, and you're usually the artist because you're cheap. You have no money. No one's going to give you anything. So you have to do it yourself. And you have to prove to yourself that you're good. I'm watching anime, which is so bad. Like, the animation is so bad, but it's coming from a manga artist that put his soul into it. And you get the ratings that people, this is a 6 out of 10 or whatever. This is great. I love it because I remember the story from the manga, how punchy it was, how powerful it was. And they're doing like 2D, they're jumping to 3D. All the fans of animation like, this is shit, why would you even do this? And I'm like, at least it's there. At least I could watch it. At least I could download it and pay my fee and appreciate this thing which I read 4 years ago. And that's the thing with COVID. Even that slowed down anime. There's a series in anime I watched in 2020 that had a 4-year hiatus, and it's back. And I'm like, this is a beautiful romance that happens to involve other genres, and it's out. And it's like, they don't care. They're going to keep doing what they love, hell or high water. It just takes time to get the publisher to say, okay, yeah, we got to scrounge up some money, because that's the culture in Japan. They know what they want, and there's always something for everyone. This is like this buffet mentality. You can go to a restaurant. We have this place called the Mandarin in Canada. It's kind of a cheap Chinese buffet, like for 35 bucks, all you could eat, right? Just all the time. They started doing Mandarin to go during COVID. It was kind of funny, but whatever.
Right.
Whatever. And it's the same mentality with manga. There's something for everyone. There's thick, really bad manga, and then there's thick, really, really good manga. And that's why I was looking at Berserk. And why was that so good? Why was that so prolific? Why did everyone want to copy that? Well, very good author, very good artist, a bunch of other artists that helped them out, and people noticed that it was mature, it was adult, it had a singular plot, had multiple characters. It definitely strayed, as you had like 12 different characters doing different plots. You're like, oh my God. And of course, the author died and things changed. But people know that, and I see that, not just this year, but even a decade ago, of writers not even half the talent that Madura had, in doing all these amazing things that I haven't seen before in manga, whether the artwork was bad or whether the writing was excellent. So it's this idea of, I want to do it. I want to get this out there. I don't care. And this is the mentality that Gaiman had when he was working as an editor. He was working as not a newscaster, a journalist. He just wanted to write. He didn't care what.
Well, he's not known as a superhero guy, right? What is it? Miracle Man is one of the... No, that's Alan Moore, right? Like, what's the Gaiman superhero comic
He
book series
also went into DC. So Sandman is owned by DC. When he wrote Sandman, there were the DC characters in his stories as well, so he was allowed to use them. So, but he went to Image, he went to Dark Horse, he did a bunch of other things.
But it's his subject matter is not a caped crusader.
Oh no. This is the thing.
Out of the cop store.
This is the thing with the writer of that mentality. Same with Harlan Ellison. They just want to write, and if you're going to give them the opportunity, if you go up to a guy, hey, I love writing. What do you want me to do? Oh, what are you known for? I did this journalism stuff. I blah blah blah. Okay, great. I'll get back to you. Like the passion is there. If the energy is there, and the mentality is there just to do it, you're going to do it. It's the same with the game creators on Steam who use RPG Maker, whatever version of that.
Whatever, yeah.
They just want to make a thing, and they do it because they love it. So they don't really care about publicity or popularity or genre. They just, this is what I want to do. And they use all their talents. They use and if they don't have the skill, they learn it. And I met a kid like this back in, way back in high school. Actually, no, I was in college and I was TAing my high school in fine art. And this kid just wanted to do stuff. He was, he taught himself Flash. Like he just picked it up within a week.
He was like, I'm just going to do it. Isn't that inspiring? Like when people are just driven like that?
Like he had a goal and he didn't care about how he got there. He just like, I'm going to figure that out. And if not, I'm going to talk to someone who knows it so I can do it. And if I don't have time to do it, I'm going to hire someone. And if I can't find that, I'll get a job so I can pay that. Like he's just like, the whole thing is to the goal. It doesn't matter if it's a comic book or a digital comic or voice acted book or like he had that plan. I don't even know what the hell that guy's doing anymore. I remember talking to him once and he was doing 1,000 different things, I'm sure. But it's just the mentality of, I know I can do it. I just like, you already have done it in your mind. This is that wonderful scene in, we were just talking about Dune, the guy what's that, Jodorowsky's Dune?
Jodorowsky?
I can't pronounce. I never pronounce that name.
Nobody can. It's a Chilean Jew. It doesn't make any sense.
And in his mind, he had his scrapbook of every keyframe, every single artwork he wanted, and to him, mentally, it was done. He didn't have to think about it. It was all finished. He wrote it all down. All he had to do was find a publisher, and then he'd just go through the motions. That's what we want. True. That's what we need. We need that guy who's got it all planned out. And if he doesn't have it planned out, he's going to figure out how to get there. He gets there. He goes, done. I'm ready to publish. Let me find a publisher. And they just go hunting around for a publisher. And if they can't find a publisher, they're going to get a job. They're going to raise some money. They're going to go to Kickstarter. And they're going to get their own publishing house. And they're going to start their own thing. So that's all you need is just the mentality of, I have a goal. And I have to get there. And I remember going to Comic-Cons when I was in my teenage years, and I went to the Toronto Comic Con, Anime Comic Convention. We had a few, and I remember looking at this guy and I said, "Dude, this is manga." He's like, "That's me." I'm like, "I know, that's manga." And I was trying to explain to him the dimensions of the eyes, the simplicity of the face, aside from some action lines, aside from the overall like perspective and setting. He didn't get what I was trying to tell him, but I'm like, it's the same thing. You're conveying the same emotion in the same way. And yeah, it's a crude little 4-panel comic that's 20 pages, but to me, that's manga. And I was trying to explain. And he was like, I don't understand. Like, there's a manga corner, there was an anime corner. They were like 20% of the floor of the convention center. But they were still big. They were still like, there was a lot of people involved, people dressing up as, what's that guy from Trigun? Vash?
Oh, yeah, Vash the Stampede.
Yeah, I saw a bunch of those guys. Like that's when it was popular back in the day when it just came out. So it doesn't matter what it is. If you have a passion towards it, and it's not popular, it's not your thing. Even with these lesbians people that you're talking about, I'm sure there's a market for it, just not what they think.
There is. Because there's proud of what they've done because they know that it's a minority market, but they act like they have it all figured out. They act
really?
Like they're Hulk Hogan. That's the thing. It's like they act like they're the number one in the hood, but they're not. They're like, to put it back to perspective, to the bookstore sales. This is how I put it into perspective. The number one. Sorry, I'm so sad saying this. Out of 750 titles sold in bookstores, right? sold in anything that's connected to this Circana data system. Spider-Man Punk, or Spider-Punk, Battle of the Band, sold 12,000 copies. That is the only Marvel title that reaches the 750 titles. Within 750 books that you could come up with, only one of them is an actual Marvel product. However, there's a manga or whatever called Spider-Man Fake Red that sold 50,000 copies, and that's a Viz manga. So like Marvel, even Miles Morales or whatever, they're selling from Disney, from Viz Manga, from Scholastic, from Abrams. All these different publishers and distributors are actually making money off of their franchises, but Marvel Comics isn't. And my alarm bells start going off when I go, well, what's the Marvel Cinematic Universe going to be once we've already done Secret War? Like, Secret Wars is an old idea. Everybody already in the comic book world already knows about it, but normies don't. So what we're doing is we're burning nerd content so that normies can feel the heat of it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, oh, Iron Man is so cool. It's like, but now my thing is like, and this is my point, like the television industry right now doesn't know who is going to make money and how they're going to make money because of the streaming stuff. Every time I get into a conversation with anybody in the industry that has clout and say and has a lot of, you know, every indicator that I have from my personal experience, because I was involved in a studio being built out. I was involved in a studio space being sold to another company who's trying to build up a studio. And the studio that was being built for Paramount is canceled. They're not going to do it anymore. It was going to have, you know, they were going to have like the 3D array with the background stuff. It was going to have the AI component of it with the effects. Like, it was all going to be integrated in a way. It was going to be really cleverly put together. And because of how bad the industry is doing, Paramount lays off all these people. They basically lay off the entire Showtime staff. And now all of those construction projects are canceled or put on hiatus or sidelined because nobody knows what's happening. And so when you have people talking confidently in advertising and stuff because they have to sell the product, and they're trying to sell you the line that you know better, it's like my alarm bells keep going off. Because the pipeline I know as a comic book fan and a nerd of any stripe at all is that the entire entertainment business is built right now on rehashes and adaptations. So like, you know, the biggest thing that they spend money on is Dune or the Top Gun stuff. Like, what's the last original movie thing that was huge? Avatar? Like, what original thing has been made that's not an adaptation, that's not a regurgitation, that's been a high-budget thing or even a mid-budget thing, like how Star Wars used to, you know, how Star Wars came out, or the Apocalypse Now, the 70s era. The last time that this really happened, that we had a crash, that was when we got the Brat Pack coming out of the USC, you know, mines or whatever. That's how we got Milius and how we got Coppola and how we got all of these movies that otherwise wouldn't have worked. When Paramount was at its worst, they made The Godfather. Now, when they're at their worst, they make a documentary about The Godfather. They make a mini-series about The Godfather or a television show. Nobody cares. Like, that's the originality is gone. Yeah. But on top of that, there isn't a consistency, which is what I was, you know, when you were saying, look at this manga, right? You know the you know yatai from Japan, the little carts, the little Japanese carts that they make food out of, like it's takoyaki or it's like the squid or whatever. They, you know, they slice it
It's
right
a food
in front
cart,
of you and cook it. Yeah, food cart. I think mangaka are like food cart people. You know what I mean? They're like the one-stop shop kind of thing. But what makes it all work is that Japan has a system that embraces it. You have a slot that you pay for electricity in whatever area of the city you bought a permit for, and that's how you have your yatai. And so when you see a food cart there, it's not the same thing as seeing a food cart or whatever in Los Angeles where you're like, I don't know if that's questionable meat or I don't know what, you know, like you can't trust it. But when you look at something like manga, when you look at the Japanese mentality, what they've done is they've created an institution out of it. Manga, even though like I like the stuff that looks different, like Berserk doesn't look like most, like Berserk doesn't look like Yu-Gi-Oh! You know, no. Toriyama doesn't look like Akira, right? Like Dragon Ball has a different look, but they still have a similar style, and the shapes are a little bit simpler, so it's easier to draw those things. Kind of like how comic books used to have a 4-color system of combining colors with the print, or that everybody used to wear tights in comic books because drawing the details on all the creases would be really annoying. right? Because it's, as you said before, it's like penny fiction from the pulp eras, where you're paid by the word and they want it as much as possible. Like, just crank it out. That's why L. Ron Hubbard is the legend that he is, because he just cranked it out. And they were at Comic-Con, by the way, the Galaxy Press people, selling Scientology data.
Oh, wow.
Really funny. Yeah, they had a pretty substantial little thing there. But anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that in the West, we don't have any more. The closest thing that we have would be the CalArt style to some sort of orthodoxy. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know how Disney had a system? It's like, this is how you draw characters and this is how far they bend off models.
Back in the day, yeah.
Right. And so he had a whole system, and now they can't even find 2D animators that actually know how to do the process. They can't find teachers to teach people to do that process.
Yeah. And you were mentioning about layoffs. Like, that's just Hollywood. Never mind video game layoffs, which we've been hearing about this past few months with Bungie.
There's a strike now.
They're making a union to protect their livelihood. Just today, Game Informer's gone. They're no longer doing their job. So there's all kinds of changes happening. And I keep going back to, if you have a project in mind, if you have a story in mind, if you have art in mind, it doesn't matter what it is. Like, I've seen adult video game, whatever, like live action, what do you call this? Visual novels, whatever you call that style. I have seen individual creators on Patreon getting paid thousands a month just to come out with, version 0.05, 0.06a or whatever. That is, the next chapter of their visual porn novel or whatever. And, that's a living. People have been doing that for years now. And there's a hierarchy to, there's a whole genres of entire adult content just for whatever mentality of game. I don't even know what you call them, RPGs or visual novels. Yeah, there's all kinds.
Novels.
And sometimes the engine for that is just, it's free. You can just download the engine and make your own. And it's just a series of logic gates, multiple choice, and you could have you can make it
one step. It's one step above Zork. Remember that, the Zork or whatever.
Yeah,
the old school. That's
Return to Zork,
age. Yeah. But like, yeah, it really is. It's one step above just a fucking, what is it? Goosebumps Choose Your Own Adventure novel. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, but that's good enough for a lot of people, and it's not that it's bad. I'm not shitting on it. There's a space for everything. And what's interesting to me is that the industry economics don't align with the creative relationship with the audience.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
The consumer mentality is now subscription based. So if you can, like, the same with YouTube, the same with Patreon, Netflix, like, you just sign up and expect good stuff, but you're not going to discontinue just because you don't like one thing. There's like 30 different things you could watch or download or consume.
I don't think that business model actually works very well. How many clubs do you know that are like subscription based, right? Or like, you have like a golf place or whatever. Maybe.
For the rich, yes, but you're talking about like Costco or Sam's Club, or that's kind of essential. So
for the average person, they want a bundle deal, right?
Oh, sure, yeah.
But I think that most people are frustrated by subscriptions. Aside from like a magazine that gives you like a new, like if you had a subscription box to Marvel and they just sent you a package of a bunch of the comics that were the periodic, like your haul, people might be interested in that. But then everything that has any kind of value as an individual object, why would you want to sell it on a periodical basis as opposed to just selling it?
It depends, because remember we had that whole thing with loot boxes or loot crates where it's just random crap. Yeah. And that's, like, gamers know what they want. They don't want random crap. They want specific crap. They want their own thing that is geared toward their tastes. The problem is they're not rich, so they have to eventually stop spending money. And if it's not very expensive, like manga is not expensive. Manga is, $2 here, $2 there. I don't know what the translation is to yen, but it's not much. So your attention span is good for that train ride. It's good for that afternoon, after doing your homework, after playing with your kids, whatever the time frame is. And that's that niche that just fits in nicely with some people's lifestyles. And it's different now with media, with movies, with gaming, that we were talking about how long the Dune films are. the need to.
Oh yeah, I wish that was a series. That's the other thing is like the Dune saga. It should be like 7 hours for just the first book.
Oh God, yeah.
It really requires all that. There's a scene, and I'm so pissed off that it's not in the movie that I want to go and shoot like a Dog Me 95 style version of the scene, because like there's like a dinner scene where the Count Fenring is supposed to be an important character. You're missing the guild's relationship with smugglers and the Empire or the Emperor or whatever, and then there's a whole dinner scene where you have. Yeah, the Paul and they're going back and forth, and you get to see all the allegiances under the guise of them being hospitable to everybody. And
that was
it's
key.
Just not in the. It was key, but it's just not in the movie, and it's like, well, we're just gonna glaze that over.
Yeah, and fans of the books will go like, oh, they messed this up again, because you're expecting a 1-to-1, but obviously they're not going to do. And the whole thing with Chani was, I didn't mention this during the stream, but I was like, I think there was a lot of feedback from the actress and what she wanted to do, and Dennis going, okay, we could probably fit that in there.
Denny kept saying that she was his eyes, like his point character. And and I'm sure he's trying to earn some like whatever repression points or what have you.
Oh.
But it's like he does, because he said he was a fan, and I can see all these little distinct little notes, and I can't tell if it's like, oh, it's the writer or him doing it. But he's pretty circumspect about it. He's pretty holistic about it. But for some reason, he's like, oh, the modernization has to be done through Chani or whatever. She has to be like the ending of his movie, his 5-hour thing is just an angry-looking Zendaya about to try and ride a worm. Like, why would you end with that? Because the fucking jihad was too much for people. Because you couldn't end on the main character of the movie. Like, what are you doing? That'd be like if you've seen Field of Dreams, right?
Sure.
And the whole movie is like, if you build it, they will come, Ray. They will most definitely come. And then at the end of the movie, there's all these lights leading to the field, like because it's cars driving to him. They're actually coming. So it's like, okay, here's the whole story is if you build it, they will come. And then he does it. Imagine if it just cut to something else, like his kid or something, and she was playing with cars, and you're like, wait a minute, what? Like, this doesn't have anything to do with anything. It's you know, we can talk about Dune. You know, I have hours and hours to talk about that. So if you want to do that at some point, we can do that. I just wanted to close out on this image because I told you to bring it up.
Yep.
One of the things about it, and the reason why I wanted to bring it up, is if you look at it, look at the amount of comic book variants, how they've gone up since 2020. They've doubled. Like there's 13,000 in 2023, and there's only 6,000 in 2020. Meaning, like, exploiting if the business is so good, why are you trying to exploit the collectors so much?
Is that
right?
Is that cover variants, or is that?
Yeah.
Well,
the content isn't the same. They're just adding more A, B, C, D covers because they're trying to milk it more.
That was a thing with the 90s, the early 90s with Spawn. I remember the foil covers and the hologram covers and all that other crap.
Yeah.
That was an old marketing technique. And honestly, I knew a lot of kids that when we bought comics, they always bought number 1 to 5, and they bought 3 versions or 3 numbers of 1. And
really?
they would buy the cellophane, or they would buy the sleeves, and all they would do is just pack it. And I'm like, what are you doing? It's like, oh, this is going to be worth a lot something one day. I'm like,
oh,
really?
Yeah.
How do you know? It's like, you never know. But that's like why would you do that? And I'm sure they are, like Spawn number 1. I'm sure is worth a lot these days. And that's a funny
if you
way.
have the C, if it's rated high, you know.
It's a weird, like, if it's rare, obviously you're going to spend the $30 and get the thing and never touch it. It's mint condition, whatever mint condition means though. So yeah, I knew friends like that. Like same with baseball cards. So it's a whole thing. But as a kid, you're just like, I want to read the comic. This is cool. I like Oh My Goddess, and I like Generation Next. And I liked Dark Horse. I liked all kinds of stuff. I have like 2 boxes in my basement. But then I stopped because I had to go through school and have bills, and it's not that I don't like reading. It's just there are certain genres you grow out of as well. I get versions of, like, Oh My Goddess was a manga that was going on for decades, and then the author said, let's end it, and he did a few movies, he did a few anime series, and it was almost like like, I have to get rid of this thing. this is my baby, I have to kill it, sort of.
Oh yeah, I understand that completely.
And it's like, oh, that's how you end it. It's not bad, but this is not. This is like there's all this buildup. There's all these characters. There's all this stuff. It's a kid going through engineering school. He's a mechanical engineer. He loves bikes. He loves like all the beautiful drawings of cars and vehicles, and you have this magic component of goddesses and devils and angels, and there's this whole like love thing, and the whole thing is sexuality was controlled, and you're like, what? He had no sexual urges? Is that why he never slept with any of these women? You're like, yeah. You're like, oh, that's creepy and weird. Why did you even think like all these silly things just to get it out of the way so we can do something else, I guess. So mangas, comics, they all have their place, and Western comics has to reinvent itself as it always does.
I agree.
Just not by the rules of DC and Marvel. Just do your own thing. Use the manga art style. Use whatever techniques you like, and just do it. Pump it out. Don't do these weird, I don't know, ISOM stuff. I don't. Maybe they help. Maybe they get the money going at the ball so you can do your first publication. But from what I've heard, they don't work out so well. I don't know.
I feel like everybody needs to reduce their expectations for the indie stuff, and at the same time, there will be some. If there is a path, if there is a narrow way through, then there probably will be a certain comic book series that combine that. If we can in the West sell a comic book translated into Japanese that the Japanese like, then there will be some sort of like synchronicity there. Like either American comics need to be more like manga, or we need to develop our own revised style or something like that. But I don't see, honestly, a comic book renaissance coming anytime soon, because I feel like the Comicsgate thing and the Iron Age thing, it's basically becoming like custom cars. It feels like it's going to be a niche market. It's going to cost a little extra to get something out of it. But honestly, it all hinges on whether the stories are good or not. I think all the art arguments, digital backgrounds, because like I heard Medicare say something very similar to what you said, which is like he reads stuff that has terrible art but the story's good, and I think that's the main thing that I'm having a problem with, is that the stories just aren't there. But I'm gonna leave you with this, because I'm gonna I appreciate you having me on Smudcast 800. Which, by the way, Smudboy 800 sounds like a gang name. That sounds like you're from Chicago or something on the streets, like you're repping 800 block.
Yeah.
But I love it. I'm jazzed up about that. But I'm posting this. I think if you can share, this is a Western comic book. It came out a while ago, and the thing that I find really interesting about it and why I want to spread it or whatever is it's an independent comic. It's it's published by DC under Wildstorm, and it's just not really independent, you know what I mean? But like it's published under an imprint, and what it's about is it's about a retired superhero whose power is that he can talk to machines, and he becomes the mayor of New York. So now he has to deal with the political angle of being a guy that used to be a superhero whose identity is revealed, and that everybody distrusts him because his power comes from aliens. So there's those elements, and that his like best buddy, his like mentor character, his Obi-Wan, is an ex-Soviet guy. So there's a lot of these interesting conflicts. A lot of the issues have to do with social issues, and it's only tangentially related to superheroes because it has to do with the guy's background and history. And so I'm always looking for a new angle on the superhero stuff. I picked up the first omnibus of this like 10 years ago or so, and I highly suggest everybody check it out. It's called
The Downfall of...
Not the show, the comic book by Brian K. Vaughan. And that's my moment of zen for you.
Well, Glib, I'd love to talk more about many things, but I do appreciate your time. It's been a while since we've had you on, and I hope to talk to you soon.
Yeah, I'm just as my lead out. Every time that I come back to something that comes full circle, like this Heather Antos thing, I go back and I look at the history of stuff, and I know you mentioned the Xander Hall drama that you haven't really seen, but when I heard about it, I immediately went back to the Smudcast episode 29 that we talked with him and Jeremy. You remember that?
Jeez.
So I'm Smud Boy. I'm a Smud Boy fanboy. So I will be back for let's chop it up on whatever topic you want to chop it up on, like Dune. You want to talk about your writing thing. You want to talk about the book that you wrote. I'm interested. we'll chop it up later. All right.
All right. Thank you, Glib. Talk to you soon.
Have a good one.
Yeah. Gingaman, how's it going, sir?
It all doing good so far. I was actually going to mention that old Smudcast if Glib hadn't, because that's one of the first things that came to mind for me as well.
That was the one. That was the one that Glib actually. It was completely unscripted, but he took full control of that conversation and moderated. And I was sitting there like, wow, this is. I mean, Glib was really being copacetic. He was putting things out. He was explaining things. And Xander Hall wasn't much of a guest, but, you know, it was strange. It was a very, that was when we decided never to have people like that on again, and we ended up doing anyway.
Yeah, well, yeah, at least not on the spot, but it's like I at least have some preparation.
Yeah.
But like Xander Hall was, to go off on this point, Xander Hall was just trying and failing to throw Jeremy under the bus, specifically on his first take on Captain Marvel, on the actress. But it's like that. The thing is, he failed because that wasn't the issue that Jeremy had with the whole thing.
Well,
in terms of the movie itself,
accusing him of being a sexist when he's already like married, he's got daughters, he hires women. Like this is all this dumb nonsense. People accuse people of being racist, sexist, this or that. And you're like, could you have any evidence of any of this? Like, is there any point to your musings about why you dislike me?
And as usual, there's none.
Yeah, sadly.
Yeah.
So anyway, we're over time and confused as to what's what, but we're doing a Star Wars video, and let's talk about it for a bit. It is
the video by our old friend the Fort Snake.
Oh yeah.
It is Anakin's fall. Anakin's fall is conceptually brilliant, which of course it is. It's just a matter of execution. And this is a video he did for May the 4th, almost exactly 3 months ago.
Okay.
And it's like going over like the general path of Anakin's arc and also expounding on it a little bit through his own perspective, and giving a little bit of his own insight and clearing a couple things up here and there. But yeah, I thought it would be nice to like go back and just give it the whole arc of Anakin Skywalker another look, and maybe we'll probably come out with something, learning a bit more coming out of this conversation.
Okay, great. I'm going to start on my end. It's an 8-minute video or 8.5-minute video. Shouldn't take too long.
Let me make sure.
In the Star Wars prequel trilogy is not bad. It's actually rather compelling once you take the time to properly analyze it. Anakin's motivations are set up very well from the start. In The Phantom Menace, he expresses an admiration for the Jedi, specifically believing no one can kill one because they're so powerful. Being from a backwater planet on the Outer Rim, his view of the Jedi is not informed by facts, but very likely by tall tales he's heard from drunk junkers in Mos Espa. Stories of these legendary warriors with magic swords that can cut anything. I believe the film's novelization actually opens with a scene along those lines. I'm not entirely sure, it's been like 20 years. So when he's whisked away to become a Jedi, Anakin's expectation is that he will become incredibly powerful. I don't recall if he specifically told he's the Chosen One at any point, but that would help to further explain his expectations for himself. Either way, these expectations become particularly prominent in Attack of the Clones. He's separated from his mother for a decade and comes home to find her imprisoned by Sand People on the verge of death, and she dies in his arms. Anakin thinks he's supposed to be more powerful. Again, either from his own flawed preconceptions of the Jedi or from being told he's the Chosen One. He thinks he should be powerful enough to save his mother. That he wasn't able to be contacted about her abduction or be here sooner because of the Jedi doctrine and wasn't powerful enough to save her despite still arriving before she died makes him feel like the inattentive, critical Obi-Wan is holding him back, marking the point where the wedge between him and the Jedi starts to form. And we can see the failings of the Jedi Council and their doctrine quite easily. They isolate children from their families and raise them with strict rules surrounding emotional attachments. They rarely get involved in the plight of the innocent. Mos Espa remains unliberated despite the active slave trade. They knew about it and could have saved his mother at any time in the last 10 years, but they did nothing. Their egos led them to conflate bringing balance to the Force.
Okay, but they can't go around saving every individual family just because.
Yeah, in this here in particular, that is my point of contention. Like, first of all, that's not necessarily their business in this case, and they're also trying to go along the lines of how the Jedi were established. Well, I don't know about you, but the way I see it, how they were established in the original trilogy and running with it from there.
Yeah, it's.
I don't know. Why did you think of that?
It's relevant to Qui-Gon, because he's interested, because he knows that he's force sensitive, he's a kid, he's actually too old to be trained because they didn't find him soon enough. But that's the only reason they know of Shmi and that condition. So, no, the Jedi don't go around just like checking out villages, making sure everyone's safe. They could, but that's not their practice. And why would you have like pilgrimage? Like, you imagine, like, you have to go on a pilgrimage to random places and random villages and seek out people under duress. You're like, okay, I guess I could do that. So maybe they need to change their learning patterns. I don't know. That's a weird thing to say about the Jedi.
Yeah, and something like that. And I did also want to point this out for another reason, that this is one of the many things that the EU took after the fact and tried to expand on. It's like, we know, it's like the Jedi Temple on Coruscant, I believe, was, if I remember correctly, and you can feel free to correct me on this, it's like it was built over a Sith temple that's underground, that's been underground for thousands of years up to that point, right?
Oh boy, geez.
I believe that's the case.
I'm not too well versed on my lore for Star Wars these days, so couldn't tell you.
Yeah, well, it was because of the fact that the Jedi Temple was built over a Sith temple that was thousands of years old, and none of them realized it. But that was part of, I believe that was part of Darth Bane's plan, or another ancient Sith, for that to happen, which Palpatine also took advantage of. So that does kind of also explain the Jedi's mentality in this instance, in terms of why don't they do more, because that part of that is the influence of the dark side of the Force that's slowly but surely seeping up into the Jedi Temple, even as we speak at this point.
We could argue that their lack of interest in political affairs is good or bad. We could argue that they need to be more humble. They need to actually protect the innocent. But how you do that is the confusing part. And he's just giving a strange example, which, you would have to have an outreach program that these monks would then do, and then, like any religious order, be accepted by a community to be part of that community, and then take care of it, or whatever the goal of that outreach program is, like to just get life experience for 2 years and come back, or try to find a Force sense. Like, there's all kinds of things you could do, but unless you flesh that out and put it part of a story, you can't just say, well, why didn't they go here? Why didn't they go there? It's like, why would they? There's no reason to.
There's no it's like in the greater scope of things, there is no like direct reason for why they should go to these places. Even at this point, they have a very strict code in terms of things like that. It's like, unless it involves things that they are already involved with, like any number of events from the Clone Wars that the Jedi got involved in, unless it involves them, there really is no point for them to interfere
with Sith, which is why the description of the prophecy changes between films.
You refer to the prophecy of the one who will bring balance to the Force.
Is he not to destroy the Sith and bring balance to the Force?
The Jedi were convinced that Anakin would do their job for them, not equalize the light and dark by reducing the Jedi to the Sith rule of 2 enacted by Darth Vader.
Yeah, but we don't know that. We don't. There's no clear understanding of what balance to the Force means, how it's supposed to be taken. Like, this is no different than the second coming. Like, what does that mean? What will happen? What religion is that supposed to do for us? Like, there's all kinds of things we don't know. And I don't think George really had a clear idea either. There was no, like, this is what the chosen one means. And it's never explained. So that's the point of the prophecy. It's open-ended. We don't know. We believe in X, but we're not clear what X is. And that's all it was.
Also, the prophecy didn't necessarily change between movies. They just added that extra condition of destroy the Sith as part of the greater thing of bring balance to the Force. That's all they really did.
While much of Anakin's decade of training eludes the audience, I think this extra insight into their failings is supposed to serve as a supplement to help us get into Anakin's headspace. Our context and his may be very different, but the conclusion is the same. The Jedi are prideful, ego-driven, powerful people who refuse to either share that power or use it to help the less fortunate.
Okay, that's a bit weird. Prideful, maybe? I mean, they're obviously powerful and they know how to use their strength. But
also also compounding that with 1,000 years of peace since the last Sith Lord attacked was out there in the galaxy.
So their traditions are technically working, however you want to measure that. But these people are monks. They're designed to meditate. Prideful is not how I would see the Jedi. I would say maybe complacent in their ways because they don't change much, and as a result, they seem slow to act or to act at all. But that's because they're a bunch of monks who are meditating all day and training themselves to breathe and and use force powers. So that's it. That's what they do, and they don't go around telling people what to do, and that's fine. That's great until they get involved.
Which in the case of the prequels is the Clone Wars, in particular.
Right.
So like you could say that they are more of a neutral force. The only reason they lean more towards the Republic or whatever it is in this era is the fact that, well, first of all, their temple is on the capital planet, so in this case it's more of a mutual benefit.
Yeah.
But otherwise, no. It's like in any other external affairs, they are neutral until the Clone Wars, where they stick entirely with the Republic against the Separatists.
In an ivory tower and waiting for someone else to come along and enact the change they could in a day. And Palpatine is there to take full advantage of that wedge between Anakin and the Jedi come Revenge of the Sith. Remember, Anakin never had a father figure in his life, and Obi-Wan is, by Kenobi's own admission, a brother to him, not a father.
You were my brother, Anakin!
Palpatine thus slips seamlessly into the role of father figure, becoming the only person who actively encourages Anakin and tells him what he wants to hear.
That's a bit weak. He's just a guy who knows a thing that Anakin wants. That's it. He's not a figure of, succor or therapy or you should do what you want. Blah blah blah. He's just he figures it, and even if he was, he reveals himself as a Sith. It's like, oh shit, I got screwed. Now I have to do what this guy does because I'm stuck. But even then, he doesn't get what he wants. Anakin loses everything. He's like, oh, well, I got left as this old crazy man with power that I gave my allegiance to because I wanted to save my wife, but now she's gone, so it doesn't matter anymore. It's a weak story. It's a silly story. It's not some solid, I must do this for the greater good sort of deal. No. It's, he has a thing. I want the thing. The thing is useless now. Oh, he never had the thing to begin with.
That's how it goes ultimately.
Yeah, it's nothing amazing. It's nothing special. It's kind of goofy. It's actually kind of stupid in certain ways. So Anakin is pretty dumb in his naivety and his hopes for the future. It's just it goes. You sit there and go, this is how we have Darth Vader because he made a bet with this guy that he's going to give him some knowledge that is now useless. I don't know. It's pretty weak.
Jedi just boss him around, expect too much from him, and
they're masters. They first off, they have high expectations of Anakin. Secondly, Anakin's amazing. He's doing all these missions. He's stronger than a lot of other masters. They're scared of him or not scared. They're intimidated. What's the word?
They are at least cautious of him, considering both a mix of the prophecy and also certain things he does over the course of this era,
right?
Especially in the Clone Wars.
It's kind of like if you look at all the masters in the room, they're all very controlled. We understand why they're there, how they're there. They're all sort of the same mentality. Whereas Anakin comes in and is like, "Look at me, I'm strong. Why can't I be with you guys?" It's like, "Yeah, you're just a kid." It's like, "Yeah, but I'm just as good as you." It's like, "No, you're not. You obviously are very good at what you do, but you're only like 22 or whatever your age is, and you need to have more experience. You have to have more patience. All the cardinal virtues that the Jedi teach, you're not there yet." And yeah, it would have been great if the movie went into detail, because we're talking about warrior monks, where if you don't know anything about warrior monks or any of the Shaolin monks or any of the mentalities of religion associated with those peoples, it takes years, if not decades, to even be allowed in certain rooms to meditate or practice. And some people try, I don't know if you ever watched any YouTube videos of people in Shaolin monasteries, how many years they fail, they do their routine, they're off by like, this or that, they got to do it again, they got to wait another year. And that's what they want to do. So this is very typical of the mentality of religious organizations. I just wish it was explained better and told to the audience better why he's not made a master, why he can't be involved, and why they made a special scenario for him to look after Palpatine and all that sneaking around, which he didn't like very much, which should have been the focus since the first movie of, why are we doing non-Jedi things? It's like, well, this is a special case, but why? Why am I doing that? I don't agree with this. Like, he should have been the hardcore Jedi as opposed to the Jedi questioning everything. So that he has this high mountain to fall off, as opposed to I want to be awesome. I want to be awesome. Why won't you let me be awesome? And then, I'm going to go over here because this guy is going to give me the ability to control death. Okay, sure.
Well, I can credit the Clone Wars for at least trying to mitigate the the shortcomings of what they tried to do in the movies.
A little bit. It was kind of hands off.
Not too much, I'll grant you, but at least there was a little bit of an attempt. Ultimately,
yeah, they focused on the war and him just being a soldier and that sort of deal, which is fine. But I wanted more.
Yeah, there could have definitely been more.
Him the rank of master without telling him why. We've all been there, right? Do this or don't do that. Why? Just do as I say. Is this really any better than the slavery he was liberated from? And the way Obi-Wan consistently goes off gallivanting around on these other missions far away from Anakin, combined with how we know he only trains Anakin out of obligation and not a genuine desire to mentor the boy, it really paints the picture of an absentee teacher, which is a massive contributing factor.
Yeah, but that's like in the first film where he's like, okay, whatever. Or sorry, in the second film. In the third film, everything's like, years have gone by. They're all good buddies. They're all talking. He knows he's super strong. Obi-Wan's like, yeah, you're pretty, give it another few weeks, probably another few months, and you'll be fine. You'll be a master in no time. So, I don't know.
Again, Clone Wars expanded on that specific element. They were sometimes together, and sometimes they had their own episodes. And their own roles to play in the war.
Education. Of course, the curriculum was flawed to begin with, but it doesn't help. The Jedi are actually a lot like Anakin's peers from back home, who cruelly and dismissively belittled his attempts to build his pod racer.
There's no evidence of that.
Anakin didn't really have friends. He only ever had his mother growing up. And Obi-Wan, who, again, is not truly invested in Anakin's training, cannot give Anakin that same unconditional love that he needs. Only Padme can. So when
I don't think this guy understands to join a monastery where you're taught compassion, how to be patient, and how to love unconditionally, what that means. I don't know if he's ever met brothers or sisters in any monastery, either Catholicism or pick any of the Catholic religions. They are taught how to care for people, and in doing so, they receive the benefit of thanks and friendship and all the relationships that comes with it. So unless they show that, yeah, I agree. The audience needs to know that. But he's making these assumptions that he's getting no affection. He's getting no relation, like he's getting no humanity, which is like, no, you get lots of conditioning of people going through problems, helping people, having them help you, having a teacher, having multiple teachers. I don't know how many teachers Anakin would have had, but I imagine there'd be a few. And it's not just do this or I'll beat you with a stick. It's do this so you can get stronger and understand better and learn more. You know, learning and training is not some completely horrible experience where you're beating your body to death and even if you were beating your body to death every day, you get used to it and you develop a thick skin and you'd meditate, you'd release all that tension, you'd let go of all your negative emotions, you go to sleep, and you repeat, and you get healthier and stronger and better. So I don't know what this guy thinks a monastery or training is, but I'm quite sure it's pretty physically demanding. And all those oh, I'm not getting enough of love. It's like you're meditating to be a monk, which you've been doing for the past decade, if not more.
Yeah, and it just comes with the territory, especially in this case with the Jedi.
Yeah, it's a very peaceful, focused, daily physical and mental discipline. You're not going to be like, oh, I wish I had a girlfriend. I wish I had 10 friends to go out drinking with. No, that wouldn't go through your mind.
Yeah, why do you think he's with Padme in secret?
Yeah, this is a very, taboo thing to the Jedi, but he's doing it because he loves this girl.
Anakin has a vision of Padme dying similar to those he had of his mother before she died, which prove the validity of these visions. It's easy to understand why the promise of learning to harness the Force in a way he believes he should be able to by now, denied him by the Jedi with whom Anakin already has several major gripes, teachings that could...
Yeah, but the Jedi never had that, so why would he have a problem with the Jedi not having that knowledge? He goes to the guy who has the knowledge that he needs, and it's a scam.
Mm-hmm.
So we can talk about why he's still with the guy after the point. That's a good argument to make. But the story just goes along with it. He's Darth Vader. It's fine.
Save the person who loves him unconditionally since his mother died, Anakin's fate is sealed. Him submitting to Palpatine after killing Mace Windu is the first sign of the despair that saps Anakin's will later on. Hope has always been what drove Anakin. He had hope that he could use his engineering know-how and racing skills to earn his and his mother's freedom. He had hope that he could return with Jedi powers to liberate the slaves of Mos Espa, his mother included. He had hope that, even after losing his mother, he could start anew with his wife by his side. He had hope that he could learn the ways of the Sith to save his wife and child. Once all that hope has been squashed, Anakin Skywalker dies and Darth Vader is born. This all helps to inform Anakin's decision-making when it comes to his redemption in the original trilogy, strengthening that narrative.
That's a after-the-fact argument, so no. You can't... You could technically write that backwards, that's fine, but I don't think George did that properly, so no.
No, it can definitely be argued, and it can be seen that way, but yeah, whether that's the intention, at best, it's debatable.
Yeah, even with the comment by Obi-Wan saying, "Oh, we were good friends, and he was this and that," and you're like, "No, he wasn't. he was like your little brother that you had to bring around on missions, and he was better than you at many things." And
which again, retroactively, you can try to transplant the Clone Wars as context for that line, but again, debatable at best.
Yeah, it's as if Obi-Wan in the episode 4 was just being that charming, nice, friendly uncle, just telling tall tales and just trying to keep you interested. And, oh, your dad was a wonderful, he's wonderful story about your dad. So that's how it comes across, as opposed to what actually happened, because we saw what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Padme died, even realizing he'd been manipulated by Palpatine from the start. With no hope left to spare, Anakin accepted his grim fate and submitted to his new master fully.
Yeah, but why? He would just be furious. Like, he would just be like, "Oh, this has been a giant waste of my life. I destroyed everything I loved. I hate you. I hate myself. Ba 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 ba. Oh well, time to start up the Death Star." It's like, what? There's a lot.
That line of thought can work. It's like, because of the fact he's lost everything, all he has left is to serve Palpatine, because he was already serving Palpatine by the end of the third episode.
Yeah, it's weak.
And and as far as I'm aware, he never really did learn the truth about how Padme died. So, there's some room to work with in terms of making that connection. But it would at the least be a stretch.
Yeah, I think George really had to think about human psychology for, like, I don't know, a minute and go, what would cause a man to do this? And yes, you'd have to think backwards because you're writing for the prequels, but that's the intelligence it takes. And he didn't do the necessary homework. All he did was, oh, wife dies, I'm angry, this is my course of action, I'll just stick with it, as opposed to, wait a second, this isn't my fault. I screwed up, but you're the one who caused all this. I'm going to kill you because I'm a Sith now and I'm angry. Nope, he just chills out and just goes with his fate. And you're like, all right.
Yeah, sure.
Without hope, he was lost. It's not in a physical sense that...
He's more machine now than man.
Without hope, he became a will-less tool for the Emperor, enacting his master's will not out of a desire to see Palpatine's vision flourish, but because he has nothing else to drive him. The way he mournfully tells Luke,
"It is too late for me, son,"
in Return of the Jedi is far truer to his actual character than his taunting threats to turn Leia to the dark side. Darth Vader's most honest moments are when he tries to turn Luke to the dark side, knowing that's the only way they can be together. After all he's done, Vader believes they cannot be father and son in the light. But in the dark, there is hope. All Anakin truly desires is family. It's all he's ever desired ultimately. His mother is dead. His wife is dead, but his son could join him. It's the first time since he was put in the suit that Anakin has had hope to drive him. One might say that the titular New Hope in Episode 4 is not only hope for the galaxy, but for Anakin as well. And so we now understand that Vader's threat to turn Leia is actually just one last attempt to turn Luke, fueling his hatred to make him turn to the dark side so they can be together as father and son. It is, in Anakin's mind, the only way to have a family now. And his desire to overthrow Palpatine and rule with his son is genuine, as fans of The Force Unleashed know.
You never planned to destroy the Emperor.
Not with you, no.
You can argue that, although it's still a bit. There's still a bit of a loose connection ultimately, but it can be made based on this scene.
Yeah, I don't like using all this tertiary material to explain episode 6. It's like it's fine, but you don't have to. It's not that deep. It's not that complicated. It's just very simple. He's a guy who's lost everything. He's more machine than man. He sees his son. Oh, that's something. I want him to join me in something, and that's that. It doesn't work out.
You know, I'll grant the fact that there was already precedent in the movies for Force Unleashed to then add a little bit to it, but again, yeah, it is still a stretch.
That in mind, all the failings of Anakin and those around him, all the loss he's suffered, the lack of purpose he's been stifled by for 2 decades, it's not the desire to end Palpatine in revenge that fuels Anakin in that climactic moment. The Sith Darth Vader already had his revenge a very long time ago. He doesn't see his son nobly fighting on, showing concern for another while being electrocuted, and suddenly become inspired to do the right thing. It's instead his persistent desire to have a family and protect it from a cruel end in an unfair galaxy. He failed his mother. He failed his wife.
I don't think he wants to have a family. He just wants to protect his son. I think that's as far as that needs to go. And speculating.
I'll just assume that's what he meant, given the scene he's talking about.
I think he's going much for. He wanted like to rule the galaxy with his son and blah blah blah. It's like at that point, no, he's not. He's accepting the fact his son isn't going to do that. He's made his stand. And now he's seeing his son die. He's like, I don't want my son to die. I'm going to stop that. That's it. That's all that's happening. That's all you need.
Yeah, she just taking the prequels into account. He just wants to end the cycle of everyone he cares about dying.
That's fine.
That's all it should be, and that's what it is. Taking the prequels into account.
Life will not fail his son. And it's in that moment, as he lifts Palpatine into the air and throws him down the shaft to save his son, that we bear witness to the return of the Jedi, Anakin Skywalker.
This is the problem I've had with the extended cut, or not the extended cut, the
special edition.
The special edition where they bring Hayden Christensen.
For the Force Ghost scene at the end.
Yeah, and I was just like, that is silly.
Yeah, that was a bit too much.
It's one thing for him to have learned the technique. It's another thing for him to revert back to Hayden version of Anakin.
Yeah, that's a stretch.
Yeah, I didn't understand. Like, there's lots of stupid things they do in these remakes or remasters.
So and that combined with adding another no right here when he carries Palpatine in his arms.
Yeah.
That was just no. But other than that, other than that, what he's saying here does still at least track. It does track at least a little bit with what he's saying here.
Yeah. Okay.
It's that young boy from Mos Espa who grew up on tall tales of the Jedi Knights finally becomes the Jedi he always wanted to be. Anakin's arc is actually very well conceived.
No, it's not. It's really not. I don't know how you're like this. Half of this video is him inventing lore in his head to connect the dots, using arguments of, well, he wanted a family and therefore he sees family in the future with his son. It's like, no. He's trying to kill Luke in this scene. He lops his arm off. Join me, or I'll destroy you. I was like, okay. He wants a family from this guy he's about to kill? Okay, maybe.
Yeah.
Issue came in the delivery. All the dry, unnatural dialogue and the flat directing.
This is funny. See, if only George did it the way I wanted him to, I would be correct. It's like, yes, you would be.
Well, no, okay. Fair on that. I'll give you that point, but the issue is the execution. First off,
yeah, of course, the content would have to change as well, of course, to make sure these connections he's drawing, because you can't just assume he wants a family after all this. But yes, how you do it, the details all matter. So
he's at least right on that. It is execution.
Sure.
It was mostly technical stuff that failed the prequels, not the actual story. If Luke...
The technical details of the story, sir. That's what I thought you were talking about. That's
No, the story did fall short. Let's just make that clear.
What is he trying to get at when he says not the story? Is he referring to dialogue? Like, dialogue is the story.
Yeah, this is where I disagree. Yeah, it's like story is one of the biggest points of contention with people. There is no doubt about that. We've known this for 2 decades.
Yeah, unless he reads so much into body language and actions and attitudes that he understands. Like, I cannot get that much from these actors to portray I want a family by them walking and by them talking. I just don't get it. And obviously he wanted a family in episode 3, but that's not what he wanted in episode 6 or 5.
Lucas had delegated a bit more like he did with the original trilogy, I think people would have been a lot less harsh on the prequels, and the fall of Anakin Skywalker would be remembered in a much more positive light. It certainly wouldn't have taken a far worse trilogy with no substantial character growth or inner conflicts coming along to make people reconsider this one.
Alright, and that's the video. I'm just like, yeah, it's... obviously, that is one of the biggest issues with the prequels, the fact that George took too much onto his own shoulders. Unlike the original films.
Oh yeah, but there's his ideas were like, obviously the sequels that he planned out were rough and they weren't cleaned up to make sense. But even with this, like, he's not good at dialogue. We know that from all the extended cuts and the dropped stuff and even the interviews they did with actors of just horrible lines of dialogue that no one could even speak. So for him to understand human psychology, to understand relationships, to how to get from child to Darth Vader, like, that's not easy. You have to understand that. And this is the same problem if he were to write an Einstein character. He has to actually meet Einstein, talk to Einstein, figure out how intelligent he is, how he thinks, how he would get from A to B. Like, then you go about writing. You can't just, I'm going to write Einstein. It's like, you don't know how. You don't know who he is. You don't know how he became a professor. You don't know how he came up with all these amazing ideas. So this is the problem with Lucas's writing. He's not much of a writer. He is an idea guy. He is a go-getter. He's a guy to make a lot of noise and get people to come around and under his tent and say, look how big my tent is. Here's the size of my pole. Here's the size of my what do you call the canvas? look at all much stuff is in here. We're going to make a great movie together. And that's that. That's all it is. So people loved it. It was a great phenomenon. And now Disney owns it. And it's not the same. So.
And it went downhill.
Yeah. What else can we say about Star Wars these days? I don't know. There's always going to be something to say, just not these days. It's just
unless it's going into something more specific like this,
right? A video,
but otherwise, yeah, like going into a more specific topic. But otherwise, it's like it's a toss up at this point.
Yeah, I don't like the fanboys inventing their own lore to fill in the blanks that are actual flaws in a story, and you can use basic observations to say, well, yeah, he's doing this for Padme. It's like, yeah, he's doing this for this, and he's trying to get that, but then he doesn't, and then you can't just keep using the same plot to fill in those holes. There's a big jump in time between 4, 5, and 6 that doesn't add up, and I don't think George was that intelligent of a writer to tie those knots together, unfortunately. So
yeah, with the video, I'll let some of it slide because this is one of those videos where it's a take of what could have been, but ultimately isn't. It's just like a way of looking at it, which is like whatever.
Yeah. Alrighty, we're going to move on to our next topic and next presenter. Thank you so much, Ginga, for popping in on even though this time frame is all messed up and we're all going over, but you know.
It happens.
It's expected, yeah. So thank you so much for your time, sir.
Yep.
All right. Next up, we have Mr. CrazyPhilosopher. How's it going, sir?
Hello there. Can you hear me well?
I can hear you. Your wellness is appreciated, and it is okay on the sound check. Yes.
Good. No, I'm doing quite all right, and I sadly don't have a good video for this, but I have lots to talk about Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Oh my.
Have you heard a bit about the chaos surrounding that game?
It has been a month or so, but yes, I have heard a lot about it. It's true.
Because the reason why I wanted to talk about it is because no matter which angle you look at it, Ubisoft massively fucked up. And it's just fascinating to see this train crashing again and again and again. So it was... Sorry?
What was the latest thing they said? I think they apologized to the general Japanese public for... I don't know what, but they didn't change... Like, they just said, we're sorry, but they didn't...
Yeah, the apology was a bit confusing because they said they were sorry about the drama for some reason, but in the same apology they said, oh, it's all just fiction and don't take it too seriously, but it's totally historically accurate.
Oh, really?
So it's just they keep talking about the same two sides of their mouth.
Yeah, the whole issue, in case no one knows, is about is it Yasuke or Yosuke?
Yeah, Yasuke.
Yasuke. He was a retainer to a noble house, but he wasn't...
Oda Nobunaga, one of the most important daimyos as a warlord.
Right, but he wasn't a samurai, but the argument is he might have been, so they ran with that.
So, the interesting stuff about this is that we know about his life that he came from, I think, Mozambique, and was then picked up as a slave by the Portuguese, I think. But then and we know he has at least some quality as a warrior because he's is assumed to have been in a couple of battles before he came to Japan. But then he came to Japan, was there for roughly 3 years. During his time, he met Oda Nobunaga because of the Portuguese, and he found him very fascinating because he was very tall, and he was black, and he was very strong. Then we know that he was in at least 2 battles in Japan, which he survived, and he was gifted, I think, a stipend, a house, so a house, which he ruled over, and he got a weapon by Nobunaga and was allowed to carry his weapons. So that's all the facts that we really know about him. thing about these things that he got is that sometimes the words used were words specifically used for samurai, so that's why some people believe he might have gotten the title as samurai. But from all the research I've done, you could say 50-50% chance that he was named samurai and 50% chance that he wasn't.
Huh.
So it's extremely unclear.
See, something like that sounds like a perfect reason to make a character in an Assassin's Creed game who's not a prominent big figure, but he's like in the shadows and no one really knows about him. He's sort of public but not really popular, and he's sort of doing things behind the scenes like a spy. Like, it sounds perfect. Like, why didn't they just take the knowledge of Yasuke and just use it? Just as is.
That's one of my massive points, which I find so fascinating, is Ubisoft keeps claiming that it's super historically accurate and they took Yasuke in order to show an outsider's perspective. But then in everything we've seen, he behaves like a samurai.
Yeah.
He puts the swords correctly away, he wears the armor correctly, he behaves like a samurai, he's a bit more brutal in combat. But he's shown as this perfect quote-unquote samurai, which he couldn't have been because he was only a couple years there, and even if he used weapons by the Japanese, he definitely would have used them differently because he wasn't a samurai in the sense that he was grew up being one and taught all the rules, etc. So there's a lot of stuff there that even is like in some way disrespectful to the historical figure.
And you said he was from the Portuguese, so I'm assuming that...
So Africa, but I think he came as a slave.
Oh.
If I remember correctly, as a slave of the Portuguese, I forgot the specific word for them. They were missionaries.
Okay, so they weren't like, conquistadors or any soldiers that knew how to fight.
No.
Yeah. So that would mean that he would have the skills of a farmer or a slave worker.
He is known to have been in a couple of battles, so he seems to, at least according to historic sources, seems to have been a good warrior.
Okay. All self-taught, or we don't know.
Yeah, it's pretty much believed to be self-taught. So
Jeez, this is so good. This is so good for us.
It would have been really interesting.
How do you get his skills? Well, we got this game series called Assassin's Creed where we learn how to teach people in the art of assassination. Like, whoa, that's perfect. Yeah.
One thing is also they keep showing him as too super subtle as well. He is shown to be, like in the very first story trailer, Kid notices him, this tall black guy. But I think part of the reason why he's noticed is also because he's in full armor in town. Which full armor you usually only wear at the battlefield.
Oh.
And then at the same time, the Japanese woman with a sword on her back, there were women who were allowed to wear swords and were samurai. However, they would never have worn a sword on their back, except if it was a very, very big sword. So it's so incredibly inconsistent with everything they've done. So at first they claim historical accuracy, get everything wrong. Like some buildings even had Chinese architecture instead of Japanese. The tabi mats, so the floor mats that Japanese have, were the wrong size, and people were sitting on them wrong. It's just like so much stuff they fucked up.
Yeah, generic Asian stuff we'll just throw into this. Was it Edo period? I don't think it was that. I'm trying to remember.
No, it's not the Edo period. Sengoku.
Sengoku period, right?
I think it's Sengoku era.
Yeah, that's during Nobunaga. Yeah, I always get those names mixed up when before or after.
Me too. I always get them mixed up. And then at one point there's the Tokugawa shogunate, which is also a thing, but I get the dates mixed up all the time.
Yeah, but yeah, it's a strange thing that they didn't just take the bare essentials and just run with it, as opposed to, well, let's make him a big giant samurai character in this cutscene. You're like,
And the fun thing is essentially in how they've portrayed him, except for a bit more brutality than a samurai would have used. He's shown as this super perfect samurai. So everybody is asking, so the only difference between him and Japanese is he's tall and black. which is then you could have done so much with this character, or even have him had as an interesting side character, because he has been an interesting side character in some games. I think Neo 2 he's been in. So it's not like you could do nothing with Yasuke. It's just the way they portray him is wrong. They get a shit ton of other historic things wrong, and that pissed the Japanese off. Which is very understandable, because the Japanese are very proud of their history and culture.
This is a strange thing, because I always say my favorite Assassin's Creed is 2 and Brotherhood, because of their depiction of Italy or the Renaissance, and the architecture is almost perfect. Obviously the streets are its own thing, and the people, and you have to make it a game, so there's all these different shops, and that's great. I think that's cool. So once you get the lay of the land, like we have we have Naples. Let's just scan Naples into our computer and just pop that into our game editor and do all kinds of wonderful targetable objects you can climb. Like, that's fun. That's cool.
Yeah.
With architecture like Japan, they're not really known for gigantic palaces. There are a few, but you have to then tie that into a story. And
there are only a few. One of the reasons is nobody was allowed to live above a samurai, so most buildings that weren't samurai buildings only had the one floor.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, so architecture is not going to be the draw. There has to be something about the parkour that, like, because with Assassin's Creed 3, where you play as a Native American, where they also don't have many structures in the New Americas of walking around, they have to rely on trees and log cabins and stuff like that. So they could have worked with that in a certain way, and you could see that in what's the name of that really actually historically accurate? Even that had some problems with it. The Tales of Tsushima. What was the name of that game?
Ghost of Tsushima.
Ghost of Tsushima. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a very romanticized version of Japan.
Yeah, with the wind telling you where to go and the magical foxes, like all this beautiful.
Exactly. It's very much part of Shinto and animism, which is why the Japanese love that game so much, because it really romanticizes Japanese culture.
Yeah, see, that's a fantasy mystical approach to, I don't know, a few hundred years ago, that you can appreciate and go, oh, this is like playing an anime, which they're familiar with, but it's got realistic depictions. Then it has all these Kurosawa elements.
It's basically like a playable Kurosawa film.
They even have the black and white film grain on the there's so many nuance that even if it wasn't perfectly, again, it was pretty accurate to what was going on at the time, but because it's so whimsical and artistic and homaging all of these elements, anyone who's Japanese would go, wow, look at that, look at how beautiful this is, as opposed to a trailer of a black samurai in the spiky helmet, which I don't think you're allowed to wear.
With hip hop music.
With the hip hop music. A little different there.
One thing I find also great about in Ghost of Tsushima, the Kurosawa mode, which is the black and white mode, is also much windier. So it takes also elements from the movies and implements them. So like a lot of wind, also the blood splatters and everything.
Cool.
But yeah, and then with Assassin's Creed Shadows, the Japanese obviously got very, very pissed. Then somebody figured out, hey, wait a second, in this trailer, the flag used in the game is the flag of this reenactment group from Japan, and then Ubisoft had to take that out of the game, promised to take it out, apologize to the reenactment group for stealing their flag. They sent boxes over to influencers in Japan, like loot boxes with like some figurines in it, etc. But they had wrong kanji on it, so wrong. The letters on it were wrong. So
they were Chinese. You're right, they were Chinese.
Also some that weren't even anything. And somebody figured out one of the swords is just stolen from One Piece. It's just It's just they made so many blunders, and it's just I find it fascinating to see this train wreck because they keep saying in interviews. Well, lately they have started saying, "Oh no, it's just fiction," but seriously, historic, it could be totally accurate, but still it's fiction. But in so many interviews, they said, "Oh, we consulted experts, we did X, Y, Z," and then one of the experts, I think, says, "Oh, it's so cool to explore these two different warrior traditions in two characters, the samurai and the ninja." And when you hear that, you see most people think, "Oh, yeah, kind of makes sense." But then when you Google it for 5 minutes, you figure out that samurai is a social caste, while ninja is a job. And so it's two completely different things that aren't like two warrior traditions. It's one warrior tradition, but one other thing that's a job. It's just... I find it thoroughly amusing to watch that train wreck.
Yeah, it's kind of strange because you would think there would be a lot of homework going involved into doing the game or the setting that when the first Assassin's Creed game came out, you're like, oh, this is different. This is, oh, they're using the original idea of Assassin where we got the name from. Perfect. You know, ancient, what is it? Not Istanbul, what the... Saudi Arabia, I'm thinking, geez, my mind's blanking. But yeah, it was...
It's not Baghdad, it's... But Baghdad is in there, I think.
It's definitely in that region. I just don't know the exact name. But that made perfect sense. And then you say, okay, where else do we have assassins and intel gatherers and sneakers and all these kinds of cool guys? Japan. Ninja.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Since the first game, people have been saying, yes, do this, but in Japan.
Yeah. Everything, all the kits, all the gear, all the weapons, the fighting, everything is reminiscent of being an assassin or a ninja. And that, to me, was the logical next step. Now, they went to Italy. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but they wanted to focus on the parkour gaming, and to do that in a beautiful way, Italy, Naples, all these other cities, perfect ideas. Perfect ideas. Perfect ideas. Fantastic. Everyone wants to go to the Dome of the Rock or all these other big, not Dome of the Rock. Names are escaping me right now. I'm in Star Wars.
Same.
Yeah. Trying to think of like Italian landmarks. Like, oh shit. But yeah, there's all these beautiful pieces of architecture, all these amazing things that happened during the Renaissance that you would want to literally climb if you had the skill.
And they had Da Vinci in it, and it made perfect sense. Sure, it's fictitious what they did with him, but it made sense. He was an inventor. He was a bit of kooky. He could draw very well and stuff. So, like, having this historic character in there made sense.
Yeah.
Which is also weird. Usually they always took somebody who was either from a fictional character from either from the culture or directly related to the culture as the main characters. But now we have that plus an historic character, which is they've never done before, which I find also interesting.
And you could hire an Egyptologist, you can hire an Italian historian, you could hire a Viking expert, you could hire all kinds of people, and you got to believe there's at least a few heritage organizations in Japan just on the history of that region that they would have been thrilled to just like sit down with the creators or the developers of the game for like weeks and just gone through like, okay, this is what this has to look like and this is how we do. Like all you'd have to do if I was like a developer or a designer, like a visual artist, and I'm listening to this guy and they're showing me these big pictures, I'd be like, click, click, taking all these pictures. I'm going to draw that. I'm going to make that. I'm going to scale that. What do you think? And a week later, I'll come back and look at this amazing Japanese house or a Japanese tea shop or whatever. They're like, yep. Or they go, nope. And what was wrong with it? Oh, I'll change that. No problem. And that's it. That's all you'd have to do. There's no thought. There's no like, what do I do differently? I just listen to the expert who does the thing. He's been researching all his life. He has pictures. He has documents. I just take that information. I draw with it and I render it in 3D. And that's it. My job is done. The gameplay developer will figure out how to make the tatami mat, sound as you hit it, certain pressure, and the sound engineer will get the sound for me. Like all this stuff is simple. It just takes time.
Fun fact: I was in Japan for 3 weeks this year, in spring, and some of the old buildings they have a specific way of how the floor was made. where then if you stand on it, the nail in underneath the floor kind of rubs on the wooden board, and it makes a sound that almost sounds like a bird, which wasn't intentional, but then was often used in important houses so that you could hear infiltrators. And that would be so cool to have sounds like that as well, because it really sounds like birds if you have lots of people walking over these things.
There are so many beautiful stories of the architecture alone. I remember my brother telling me not a lot, but a lot of the known famous houses or buildings were built without nails, and they were all interlocking.
Yeah.
They were all
without metal.
Yeah, they were all wood, all interlocking, and there was, I mean, obviously you have to know what the hell you're doing to make these cuts, but these things have lasted for, I don't know how many hundreds of years. And
they've burned down like 3 times, but yes, they've lasted for hundreds of years. That is one thing. When we were looking at historical buildings, almost everyone had burned down at some point.
Yeah. There was one he was saying about the warriors knew they were going to die, so they committed harakiri, and there was so much blood that the blood was dried up on the walls and the ceiling, and this blood is still there. They haven't removed it. Like there's all these crazy stories of wars being fought over God knows what, and it's so deep. It's almost, well, I'd say it's pretty much equivalent to all the cities of Italy that have been ravaged by all kinds of conquerors over the years.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just as colorful, and you have to go, wait a second, I gotta slow down here. I have to depict this properly, or I'm going to offend anyone who knows anything about the ancient world. Because if you're not dealing with the architecture that's fun to play on, like a jumping gym, like when you're a kid, and you just see the structure and you just want to jump on top and climb it, and like you don't think about where it came from. You're just a kid, and that's the mentality of a game developer is, can I make this fun? That's fine. But when you have, let's say, a architecturally accurate Pantheon, or a Colosseum, or pick any of the papal states that have.
You could also take Paris and Notre Dame.
Oh God!
Which, fun fact, the only reason they could rebuild it as true to the original as possible was because of Assassin's Creed Unity. Because they took accurate footage, films of the roof of Notre Dame, and that was so good. The game was so accurate to how it originally was that they could use these 3D models, etc., from Ubisoft to rebuild it.
I did not hear that. I actually watched the CBC. They interviewed this guy last month, the guy who's in charge of the whole thing, and he didn't talk about that. He talked about the wood they were using and how all the statues were covered in paper to dust and what have you, but it's mostly done. It's mostly cleaned up, and they're just waiting, I think, till the end of this year or next year to.
But originally they weren't too sure about the structure, how exactly it was built, but because of the Ubisoft, because of Assassin's Creed Unity, they could make it much quicker.
Wow, that's crazy.
And they go from that to Assassin's Creed Shadows, where almost nothing is historically accurate. Well, some things are, but there's a lot that's just wrong. Like in the gameplay trailer, very early on, he rides through a torii gate. It's like these gates, like one you see in the picture that Smudcast has up. They usually symbolize the entrance of holy ground, so the entrance of a temple or a shrine.
Yeah.
He just rides through it, and it's the entrance to a village.
Yeah.
Which is wrong.
Welcome to our holy village.
It's just stuff like that. It's really easy to find that out.
Yeah. I don't know. It's one of these things I'm anticipated for, but as soon as that trailer came out, there was something in the back, because I'm not too enthusiastic about Assassin's Creed anymore. I was really into it maybe 15 years ago. I can't remember.
I was very into it with 1 and then 2.
2
and
yeah.
Brotherhood.
2 was big for
2
me.
2 and Brotherhood were the big ones.
3 Brotherhood was like just more of what I got, just more of it, which I liked from 2. And, and since then, everything's been sort of downhill. And I'd be like, yeah, Unity I thought was going to be amazing. And it just didn't, I don't know. It just didn't, I played the demo. I'm like, oh, this is great. And then after that, it just didn't click for whatever reason. I thought the French Revolution would have been perfect, but apparently not.
Yeah. No, for me, I also went less and less. I played them Black Flag, which I found a really good pirate game, but for me, it was a bit lacking in the city scaling and assassin stuff.
Yeah.
Then I've played the newer ones too, just because I was curious, but then I couldn't finish Valhalla.
Oh, yeah.
There was just too much. And for me in Valhalla, what I found super strange is that you making a Viking village in Britannia, most people in the Viking village are not from Europe.
Wait, what?
Which I found odd. And I mean, some things I could understand, like certain traders, because the Vikings went very far with their trading. So the Norse people like traded even with people in India, stuff like that. But so I could understand like maybe having one trader or two there, but then the one trader you find is a little kid for some reason, and you're like, hey, how does this kid do the? And of course, everybody is now gay too.
Oh yeah.
So it was then it really was noticeable for me in that game that it's just odd.
Yeah, that's a feeling a lot of people are getting from just media in general. I was talking about Dune 2, or the second Dune, Denis Villeneuve, or whatever you pronounce his name, movie that came out. Even the first one had a few, like, why was not this in the film? Why did they put a focus on Chani? Why did they do little things like that just annoy you because your memory is better, and I've watched the miniseries in 2000. I've watched the original Dune movie. I read the original books, or what I can remember, because those books are hard to follow at times. And when you see a new interpretation, it's minimalistic. Oh, perfect! They're going to focus just on the story, and they miss out on all like the dinner scene on Arrakis, which they never put in there. And you're like, that was like the whole focus of the book.
I think a really big thing for me when I really noticed that was, I think it was Battlefield 5, which I just was very curious about. And then when you play the multiplayer, you just have the German flag from World War One.
Oh, really?
And for me that was just like, what? So it never felt like World War II game at all, because none of the flags were kind of the time, and then all the other weird stuff which happened in it. It's just, for me, it's at some point it really starts to be noticeable. And for me, to bring it back to Assassin's Creed Shadows, it's kind of like that. There are some small things that not everybody's going to notice. So a lot of these things, not everybody's going to notice. But if you know a little bit about Japanese culture, Japanese history, you're going to notice. You're going to notice that there are odd things. And like with Yasuke, it's just people notice that, okay, he was a historical figure, but why specifically him? And then people started looking into him, and the question of why specifically him became even bigger, because there's so little about him and nothing that would describe him as this legendary samurai except the fictitious book by that one professor.
Oh yeah, that one. That was is that what they were using for reference, or were they?
They said no, but there's evidence that they have contacted him.
Oh yeah. Well.
He denies it, but then people found some evidence, and he basically went offline, so completely shut down his stuff. They also found out that he that he was a main editor of the Wikipedia page about Yasuke even before his book and papers came out.
Yeah, jeez.
So he's basically the main guy who made the idea of Yasuke as a samurai in to come into the modern. As well in the modern dialogue. Fun also is that the same book published in Japan, so the Japanese version of his book, is way less definitive, is way more could be, is possible but unlikely, and in the Western version it's just like definitely. So it's very interesting.
Oh man, see, these are things that any writer that would know how to tell a tale would be like, oh, I could use this character for this scene, or I could use this character as a conflict in chapter 7, or maybe even a main character. That's possible too.
I mean, he would make a great character for a fish out of water story.
Yeah,
who then gets entangled with, because under Nobunaga you're gonna get entangled into something because you're still warring states period, etc. And that's maybe how you could encounter now the female shinobi, or as the correct word would be kunoichi. So yeah, you could have made something with him, but not what they did.
Well, I don't have any other information on what's been happening recently with Ubisoft, and aside from
I know that they've promised to change some things.
Yeah, but
like architecture and tabumats, and they have in Assassin's Creed 1 they were criticized because in one of the trailers Altair had a crossbow which hadn't been invented at the time.
Yeah.
So they completely took that out.
Yeah.
They completely removed the crossbow from the game.
So they're not against changing things, which is good to hear, but we haven't seen that change yet. And these are changes that shouldn't, like, removing a thing is not hard. It's modifying it and saying, okay, is this a gameplay element? How do we change that? That could take some time. But so far we're not talking about, we haven't seen gameplay. We have no idea what the game is going to be about aside from the obvious parkour and fighting.
We have seen some gameplay, but it doesn't look too innovative.
Right. It's the same old, and it will always have that same formula. And I'm not expecting much. Like maybe they might have a grappling hook. Maybe they might have smoke bombs. Who knows? There's all kinds of weird stuff they can do. So
the one thing I've seen that's kind of interesting, they talked about in interviews a bit, is how they changed some stealth system. They took out some systems like the social stealth, so you can't hide in crowds or stuff like that, which is sad.
Yeah.
But they added some interesting stealth mechanics like shadow, shadows actually matter.
Oh, that's cool.
With now, if you're in the dark, and really make sure that you're in the dark, you can even approach enemies from the front and assassinate them because they wouldn't be able to see you. So stuff like that. Everything to do with now looks kind of interesting, apart from the retardation of her wearing the sword on her back and people not noticing that, because nobody would do that, especially not women at the time. So apart from all that stuff surrounding her that's a bit iffy, the gameplay of her looks actually interesting.
Well, the thing that I hated the most, what I hated in, was it Revelations? I can't remember the name of the game. The hook blade, or whatever the bullshit that was. In this one, the hidden blade pops out of her wrist, as it always does. And then it takes a 90-degree angle. Part of it takes a 90-degree angle, and she grips it like a dagger. And then she stabs it. I'm like, what is the point of just use a dagger? Why do you have this bizarre contraption? Like, what is this clockwork contraption on your arm that has a sharp point?
Also, for me, it was also like, how does this not break?
It's a piece of metal with a hinge. Like, what the hell is this?
Yeah. Because that's usually a weak point. If you have anything with hinge or stuff like that, that's gonna be a weak point.
I remember.
I forgot about that, but now that you mentioned it, yeah, that's hilarious.
I remember Shadowversity talking about this is years ago. He's talking about the functionality and the actual practical use of having one of those blades in Assassin's Creed, and it's good if you're surprising someone because it's coming from your wrists. You have a sleeve. No one sees it coming. Perfect. But everything else about how you would use that knife blade, you're just pick up a knife. Just use a normal dagger. It has a hilt. It's got a guard. It's perfectly normal, and you get more control.
You could also use your hands.
Yeah, that would just a lethal blow at the back of the neck would be perfectly acceptable too. So this idea.
I mean, one good punch in the throat will kill you.
Yeah. Or make you throw up instantly. Like there's all kinds of wonderful things you could do to the human body that would hurt like hell.
Fun fact: one of the reasons why a liver blow can make you KO very quickly is because a blow to deliver makes the body think, oh shit, something's happening down there. As much blood must go there as possible.
Yeah.
And the easiest way for that to happen is if your body is flat. So you basically, your body falls down so that it can regulate
it's
blood flow to deliver.
People think that when you get the wind knocked out of you, it's just the air being rushed out of your body. It's like, no. It's everything else that got impacted. And
I once got a really bad elbow hit in the solar plexus, and I almost just slumped over because it basically paralyzed you for half a second.
Oh yeah, wow. Jeez.
It hurts like dreams.
Yeah, no, I remember doing the high jump and the mat was not positioned properly, and I went right through it, and I just like slammed onto the ground. And that is basically getting the air knocked out of you, but it's not the air, it's all the organs in your torso that just got smacked and shocked. So your lungs, they don't immediately start inflating. So that's what it feels like, you're not breathing. And so everything tenses up and you're just like, and then for 10 seconds you're just like paralyzed until you relax.
I once had that happen when I was before a training, when I was still a kid, and was playing around with my brother, as you sometimes do. Then he used a throw technique on me, and I fell badly on my neck. And I couldn't breathe afterwards. So I really couldn't. The breathing reflex was just gone. And that for like 10 seconds, and I was like starting to panic until the trainer came rushing in and said, "Lie down, relax," and then slowly I could start to breathe again. So yeah, it doesn't take much to really take the wind out of you, so to speak. It's just like really paralyzed lungs, so to speak.
Oh boy, yeah, there's so much I want out of this game, and all I want now are the basics. Just get everything clean and simple. Nothing. Forget the stupid bendable blade bullshit. Forget all this. I don't know what they're doing with all these characters stuff, like drama. Why are there two characters? I don't know. They tried to do that with not Unity, but the
Syndicate.
The British one, yeah, Syndicate. That was, I don't know what that was about.
It was fine, but nothing too amazing.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Right now, I just want pump out another Assassin's Creed that doesn't make me cry. And
the fun thing is, this could, technically speaking, would have been the easiest win possible for Ubisoft, but they fucked it up. It would have been such an easy win to just have a basic Assassin's Creed with maybe a bit better stealth, maybe a bit some weapons from the period, and some like decent story. You could even take something in the warring Sengoku era. You could something with Oda Nobunaga in it. You could have all the historical characters, but just do it simple and well.
Yeah. Well, until we get more information, I don't know what else we can talk about, but I'd love to talk about later. Not just Assassin's Creed, but there's all kinds of wonderful topics we can talk about.
Oh, definitely.
Gaming, manga, you name it. You seem to be well read. Oh, Dostoevsky. I don't know if people will appreciate Dostoevsky in general. That's more of a personal desire to hurt yourself.
He's not the easiest to read. I say that.
Yeah, it's like, do I want to cry? Do I want to contemplate existence for the next 2 weeks? Maybe.
Philosophically speaking, they're very interesting, but yes, they are.
Right, yeah. It's not for everyone.
Not exactly bedtime stories.
But if you want to start with, I guess, Russian authors, I would go Nabokov, or is that his name? I'm trying to remember. Mikhail Nabokov. Master and Margarita. That's a fun little...
Yeah.
Fun, like, just to get yourself, into the Russian mood of reading those kinds of books. That's probably the more fun. The rest are all very existential and very
oh yes.
Yeah. So maybe
understandably so.
Maybe take it easy with that sort of literature. But yeah, we could definitely have you on later for all kinds of topics. That'd be great.
Thanks for having me.
All right, I'm gonna try and call in Mr. Where is he? Mr. Nucas. Oh, there he is.
Then. Hi. Have a good one.
All right. Thank you, sir. Okay. We are with our... I think you're our last presenter for the day, sir. I think you are. Let me check. Yeah, you are. Fantastic. Okay.
Yeah. Wait, all right. Were you confused if I was the Awesome Fox guy or?
Well, no, we went over time, and as well as the Glib was late, so we had to like move people around. And I was like, wait a second, who's next? I can't follow this.
Yeah, I was kind of confused to what was happening, and when you said like, oh, schedule is a bit off, and I'm like, okay, well, I can just wait. I'm a very patient person. I'll just say that.
All right, so the topic of your video is cosmic horror, is that right?
Why cosmic horror is hard to make, and he's made another video based on this, and I've always wanted to talk about these type of videos, because how would you say you're like a huge fan of horror, or just like a semi interest in horror, or was your...
I would go back to Edgar Allan Poe and some of the noirs, some of the the Raymond Chandler books that don't use horror to constitute being like genre defining, but it has those like tense moments where an entire few scenes are just about the tension and what's going to happen, and not necessarily the eldritch terrors and the spooky stuff.
Okay, so it's not like horror, it's just like some elements in there that has horror elements, but it's not that horror. Okay. Yeah. Well, like I said, he's made a second video of this, so I was like, I might have to do that next time, but I just know with the I know that a lot of you guys don't really talk about horror subject that much, which is fine, because I think he said at one time, it's just not my thing, which is never is for a lot of people. But I just know, for me, I've always want to get in here and talk about horror and stuff, because I'm very passionate about this genre.
All right. And it's an 8-minute video. It's not very long. It's a very popular video. It's been around for, 5 years. Got almost 7 million views, so there must be something good about it, right?
Yeah, the last time I watched it, I was kind of like, yeah, I agree with that. I don't know if I agree with that. I think he brought up like something saying the reason why it's hard to make cosmic horror is because they use CGI, and I was just like, I don't think that's the main reason why it's hard to make cosmic horror. And I don't think it really is that hard to make cosmic horror, because if you read, like, I would say H.P. Lovecraft's work, it's all about atmosphere, if you have read some of his books.
It has been a while, but I do recall reading a few of them. They're short, and I wouldn't say they're well written, but they're focusing on not the tension, what's the word? It's the
build-up of the atmosphere.
It's like the bleakness. It's like this sense of we shouldn't be here, and things are getting worse the more I continue. It's that sort of, I have to keep going, and every step I take is getting worse. It's just the kind of feeling of why don't you just leave? It's like, I got to keep going. Okay. So
I feel like it's more of like just the curiosity approach, because when you read some of the H.P. Lovecraft story, it's some like the archive that I sent to you has all of it, like just H.P. Lovecraft's work all into one. But yeah, a lot of his books covers more of the human curiosity and things that we're curious about. We should not intervene, but as humans, we're curious creatures. Like there's a Greek mythology, like Pandora's box. Like I forgot how the entire mytho went, but I just know that it ended up causing chaos to the world after she opened that box that Zeus said to not open. that's kind of what I got from like H.P. Lovecraft's work, is that, you know, we're so interested of the unknown, but sometimes we should just not delve deep into it because it could lead to trouble or make you go insane.
All right. Okay, so are you ready to get started? Are you in the watch together?
Yes, and I am born ready.
Okay, here we go.
You ever found yourself looking up at the night sky, staring at the countless stars sprinkled over the black emptiness of space? As you kept looking, its vastness grew and invaded your mind, making you realize the scale of the expanding universe and how small you are in comparison, filling you with a dreadful emotion that can be hard to describe, as if you inadvertently peeked at something beyond yourself. That is what cosmic horror is about. Beyond the monsters, the violence, and the danger, this horror is about the awareness of the limits of your own humanity. Early 20th century writer H.P. Lovecraft wrote extensively on the subject, which is why the genre is also referred to as Lovecraftian horror. His stories often dealt with characters coming face to face with something beyond their understanding. As much as Lovecraft's works have inspired well-known writers such as Stephen King or Neil Gaiman, or even Junji Ito's mangas, his brand of horror has not often been successfully adapted to a visual medium. Unlike slasher movies, possession horror, sci-fi horror, or monster movies, cosmic horror isn't as prevalent on the screen.
Say that Aliens is somewhere on that playing field with H.P. Well, maybe not on H.P. Lovecraft, because you're basically delving deep into something of the unknown. Like when Ripley went to I forgot what the planet was called, but you when they discover this alien artifact, it gives you like this like H.P. Lovecraftness, like, what is this thing? Where did it come from? How did it get here? How long has it been here? It has that same feel, but yeah, I understand what he was going on, but I would say, like, I would probably use something different than Aliens, because it does focus. It's kind of, I would say it's kind of similar, like H.P. Lovecraft, but anyway.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Alien is definitely a horror flick, but just because it's in space doesn't mean it's cosmic horror. It's more or less the build-up, as you say, of what does it look like. There's the claustrophobia of the sets. There's the body horror when we actually do see stuff, and just the general, like, the alien design is creepy once you see it. So yeah, it's a little different than Lovecraft, where it's all unknown. Like, everything is just this big fantastical thing. You can't even thinking the idea will cause you to be insane, sort of craziness. So yeah, it's a bit different.
What's the definition of, like, cosmic? Because I hear that, hang on, I hear that word a lot, and I know it has something to do, like, with space.
Well, I don't know specifically cosmic horror. I'm not familiar with that genre, but we're talking about science fiction, or specifically sci-fi, because sci-fi, as opposed to science fiction, is about sensationalism. So when you say sci-fi, you're automatically going to, like, body horror, claustrophobia, the stuff that we have resin models or animatronics for, like, how the alien looks, and any kind of, like, questioning of, like, existentialism. Am I the only one person still alive? Is this what my world is? Is this the fate of humanity? That's more of a, I guess, an existential form of dread, but I don't know if that fits into the sci-fi horror. It's probably closer to cosmic.
For what I've gotten from Google, it says, like, related to the universe or the cosmos, especially as I can't read it from Earth, or let me actually just send it to you what the definition said. I don't, honestly, if we're going to talk about, like, cosmic horror, just that as a whole, you know, I think, okay, so there is a definition here. Lovecraftian horror, also called cosmic horror or eldritch horror, is a subject of horror fiction and weird fiction that explicitly explores the horror of the unknown, and I can't read that, more than gore or other elements of shock. Which, I mean, honestly, there's shock in this type of eldritch horror because you're shocked of the entities or the beings that you don't know about, or they're out there. But yeah.
Yeah, I would say it's very similar to not necessarily horror flicks like Friday the 13th or things like that, because those are, again, more sensationalist. But
those are slashers.
The slasher genre, yeah. I'm thinking more of, with H.P. Lovecraft stories, that the unknown is so indescribable, and you're constantly slowly going toward it, not knowing what you're doing or where you're going and how it's going to affect you. And everything's getting worse. You can't leave. You have to go forward. It's that sort of slowly, like you're making a snowman, and the snowball is just piling up very slowly, and everything's getting creepier. Everything's getting darker. Some people are gone. Some people are already dead. And it's just this constant, gross feeling that just keeps going until the story ends, and we're left with, well, what happened? Or we learned out the guy dies in some sort of denouement or some sort of excerpt of like a journal entry or something. It usually goes along those paths. So you never reveal in detail. The author never tells you what that thing is. It's very open. And that's the beauty of mystery, is that you're constantly like, what is it? How is it? How did it get there? You always want to keep going on, but you never get there, or else you're going to find out and you're going to die. Whatever
and this is
that
the
is.
problem. And this is the problem with a lot of horror movies. Not all of them, because they don't let the atmosphere speak for itself, and they have to show the monster 24/7. This is why a lot of these horror movies nowadays are not doing as well as they were back in the day. Now, I'm not saying back in the day they were like non-shit horror movies, but they understand the build-up. Showing something that is supposed to terrify you can sometimes not work. Not all the time. Like, I know with The Thing, throughout the beginning of the movie, spoiler alerts for anyone that's never watched it, go watch it, it's great. Like, throughout the entire movie at the beginning, you're not sure who is the Thing. You know, you're like, like the entire beginning is building up in this atmosphere of aloneness and isolated from civilization, and it's just you and the rest of the gang in the Arctic, and you're just there alone. So if anything happens, you can't contact anyone, or you can, but it will take like days to get there. And then once we get to the scene with the husky turning into this abomination, like, yeah, we do see it, but it kind of reminds me of like Azathoth, if you know who that entity is from H.P. Lovecraft, just a blob of eyes and all that. That's kind of what I got from like The Thing. Is just you just see this horrific thing that you can't even understand what it is, and it's just deformed and all that shit. It's really scary when they get to the dog scene, in my opinion.
Okay. Let's keep going.
All right.
Why is cosmic horror harder?
Can you describe its form?
Let's take a look at an excerpt from H.P. Lovecraft's The Unnameable that clearly shows one of the biggest issues of adapting cosmic horror to the visual medium. Good God, Manton, but what was it? Those scars. Was it like that? And I was too dazed to exult when he whispered back a thing I had half expected. No, it wasn't that way at all. It was everywhere. A gelatin, a slime, yet it had shapes, 1,000 shapes of horror beyond all memory. There were eyes, and the blemish. It was the pit, the maelstrom, the ultimate abomination. Carter. It was the unnameable. As you were hearing the description of the unnameable entity, you must have gone through a certain amount of mental gymnastics to try and form a clear picture of it in your head. The writer starts by explaining its recognizable forms, but then it shifts beyond comprehension until it becomes less tangible and finally transforms into a concept. So how do you represent an unknowable or unnameable horror visually? It's hard to think or imagine something greater and bigger than yourself, let alone represent it for all to see. If you give it a shape,
I wouldn't say it's hard. It may take some time to kind of like explore that. Like you have to really work hard at it if you're gonna make something like this. Like I'm an artist, and right now I'm drawing a being that is on the same level as a cosmic or an eldritch entity, but it's nothing to be like taken serious. But even drawing out the design to make it look something that we can't even comprehend or just so alienated, it takes a lot of work for what I'm trying to go for. But ignoring me for a second, drawing something that is just describing what he said, it might be hard to like describe it on visual, but I don't know. I don't think it's that hard, honestly. It just takes a lot of work. Like I know they made a movie called The Color in Space with what's his name? He played in like Ghost Rider.
Oh. Nicolas Cage?
Yeah. Like they it was The Color in Space. That movie is all right, but my problem is throughout the entire movie or throughout H.P. Lovecraft's book, they say like the color is uncomprehensible. It's not like any color we're seeing. But when you watch the Nicolas Cage video, obviously you see the color and it's like a purplish color. So really it's like that very weird unknown color, it's not well executed in that movie because the color that they're using is like a shade of pink and purple mixed together, and I'm just like, that I see what they were going for, but it did not work very well. Now they have made a and that's the picture I'm posting to you that is in the movie. But the color, if they want to do something like if they want to do this movie, what they should have done is turn it in black and white. So that way, you know, we can still see it, but we can't see the color, and we can just put on our own imagination of what the color would look like and keep the mystery of that uncomprehensible color. Because looking at this image right now, it's just, that is not an unknown color. That's just pink and purple mashing together.
Okay, you're saying if you keep it more mysterious by using a monochrome old style of film, or at least taking out the color, will allow you to like kind of like watching Invasion of the Body Snatchers, the original. Like it's all black and white. You don't know what anything looks like, color-wise at least. So you go, okay, fair enough. That would be more accurate to the story, because the focus of these feelings from books is that you are generating some perception of what that means, even if you don't know what formless or colorless or 1,001 shapes are. It's your brain and your imagination doing the job. And when you go to film or animation or whatever, comic books, it has to be shown in some capacity. But they don't even need to show the meteorite. They don't even need to show the unknowable. They can keep that off camera. They can keep that out of the scene.
But throughout the entire book of H.P. Lovecraft, like, you know, they see, like, in the well, they see this color spewing out above the whale. Maybe if you do it in color, you could just show like point the camera in the whale looking up the viewer, and then just show like a light emulating them. You don't have to show the color. Maybe that could work, but not only that, with the color in space from outer space, you know, it's not just like the meteorite. It's also like the entire environment gets corrupted because of this thing. The plants gets weirdly corrupted. The animals gets weirdly corrupted. Like throughout the book, they describe that things are happening. So you could not focus on the meteorite, but the main focus is the color. So if you don't do it in black and white, I'm not sure how you could do it. I'm pretty sure you could come up with something. Like, I don't know how you would execute something, an unknown color. Like, I wouldn't say it's not possible, but it might be hard to go about it. So that's why I say it just takes a lot of dedication and hard work. And that's why, like, I hate to insert myself a minute ago, but that's why I said, like, just even trying to design something that is like a cosmic horror looking being, designing it's hard. It really is hard, but you know, you put in the work, and as long as you're passionate about it, you know, you're going to put in the work, and people will see that.
All right, we are 2.5 minutes in. Let's keep going.
If you give it a shape and put it on screen, it's not unknowable anymore, and therefore you take away its power. A movie that maneuvers around the visual aspect is The Bird Box. In it, we know that there are monsters so frightening that they cause people to go mad and commit suicide, and at the same time, they are attractive to people that are already mad. At no point in the movie are we shown what the creatures look like. We only see what they cause. The biggest hints we get are the drawings made by mental patients. They are vague yet ominous and do not take away from the mystery. Omitting the entity altogether because of its visual complexity is a good route, but we can also find a good example of the opposite being done. The Thing is a movie that does a great job at showing us the creature, and yet by the end, we still don't know what the true form is, only its transitional phases as it makes itself look like people or animals. The visual effects, which were all practical and groundbreaking at the time, show us nightmarish and misshapen horrors that often lack the safety of an anthropomorphic figure. The creature constantly changes. We can't define it. We are presented with an entity that we can't understand, or whose goals we can't comprehend, even as it tries to look and sound like one of us. The Thing's
I do not like that sound it makes. It's nightmare fuel. But the reason I pause it there, we kind of understand the goal of this entity. The goal is to contain or to contaminate an entire life form. Now, why does it want to do that? We're not sure. That's the mystery. We know what it wants, but the mystery as to why it wants that is still up in the air. We know it just wants to absorb as much living being as possible. And that's why in the movie, I forgot how many hours they said it would take if this organization was dropped in the middle of the city. But it would take, I think it says something like it would take like maybe 5 days or 5 months until the whole planet is consumed by this thing. But yeah, the Bird Box, yeah, I do like, yeah, that's throughout the movie, you don't see the entity. And for what the last time I remember, I don't think it was that really good of a movie. But yeah, he is right. You don't see the entity. You don't see what it looks like, just imagery. That's kind of how it worked with the Blair Witch Project. Like, so when the kids are interviewing the citizens, they give you their own interpretation of what the entity looks like, and then when it gets to the old lady, she describes the witch being like hair covering every part of her body. Her feet doesn't touch the surface of the ground, like just hovering, and you don't see the witch, but you have this image in your head like, holy fuck. And that's what's so great about some of these movies, is when they don't show you the entity. Now, if you're going to show the entity, you know, like in The Thing, it can't, well, I mean, not The Thing, but in Aliens, it can still work, because in Aliens, in the second movie, we do see a lot of the creature, but it's still hidden in the shadow. You don't see much of it. So, if you're going to show any of these creatures, you have to make sure don't show it too much, because, again, this can zap the fear out of you.
Okay.
And that's the problem with a lot of these horror creators. But anyway,
presenting cosmic horror, not because of the use of tentacles, a calling card of the genre, but because it honors the changing characteristics of the literary style. Just like the description of the unnameable, it can't be pinned down to one thing. It's several. Cosmic horror resides deeply in the abstract. If you recall the excerpt from earlier, the unnameable beings' descriptions are deliberately elusive. The only anchor in the sea of the intangible is what the descriptions evoke in the characters, or in us. The reaction of being faced with the incomprehensible leads the character to look inwards to make sense of the complex puzzle of emotions they are left with. The most merciful thing in the world, I think, is the inability of the human mind to correlate all its contents. We live on a placid island of ignorance in the midst of black seas of infinity, and it was not meant that we should voyage far. The sciences, each straining in its own direction, have hitherto harmed us little, but someday the piecing together of the associated knowledge will open up such terrifying vistas of reality, and of our frightful position therein, that we shall either go mad from the revelation, or flee from the deadly light into the peace and safety of a new dark age. Imagine trying to portray the emotions in the previous passage on the film. Existential dread is an emotion that is difficult to explain. It's a feeling that we rarely experience in comparison to happiness, fear, or anger. On top of its rarity, not everyone can verbalize it or express it in a way that others can understand it.
again, I might disagree with that. It, like I said, it just takes time, and well, like, you can express these emotions, like the same way you can express like sadness, dread. Like, we've seen it in movies before. If we see a character that is like distressed about a lot of things, you can execute it. It just depends of how you execute it. I think a good example I could probably express it, it's not really a horror, Lord of the Rings, where this isn't like I did see like the entire Lord of the Rings, the extended one. Like when Frodo, I'm not sure which one it is, but I think it was either a dream or when he put on the ring, when he saw the all-seeing eye, it hit, like, you kind of just feel all this dread on his face when you see this thing, and you as the audience feel that along with them. You're just like, what the hell is that? Like, the all-seeing eye, what the hell? If you know what I'm talking about.
There were a few scenes like that in the movie.
Yeah, so regardless if it's horror or not, you can execute these dreads. Like I said, you just have to know what you're doing. If you don't, then we're not going to feel that. That's the reason why fucking Halloween 2018 doesn't have any of that. It just feels like a Marvel horror knockoff.
It is often misunderstood or interpreted as something else. Therein lies the hard task of representing those emotions on film, and making the audience share those feelings as well. The emotions born of cosmic horror are similar to the genre's monsters. Abstract, not fully formed, hard to harness, hard to describe. It's difficult to show the introspection of a character coming to terms with the fragility of their own humanity. This type of inner monologue is usually best explored in literature, but an intimate inwards realization can be done without having the character say anything. Like in the scene in Annihilation, where the main character is face to face with a being that is emulating her. She slowly begins to understand it without the use of dialogue. Sometimes the best thing to do is to let the visuals speak for themselves. If showing a monster can handicap your movie, so can explaining it.
So it was alien.
It's like assigning a shape to something that doesn't have any. It's all about balance. Some movies might get the visuals right, but they lack a cohesive or poignant story, and are missing a sense of foreboding or dread. In other cases, the setting is perfect, the mood is just right, but the effects are laughable and far from frightening. If you want to explore cosmic horror but don't have a big budget, the Bird Box's example is one to replicate. Don't show the creatures and let people's imaginations do the work.
Yeah, that can work, but you can still show the monster even on a low budget. I doubt that you have seen it, Smud, but have you, during 2012, when Slenderman was a thing, have you watched a YouTube channel called Marble Hornets?
No.
Okay, so they took the Slenderman concept and they made its own lore with it. It's not in the universe of the Marble Hornets. It's basically about, like, a school kid shooting a movie for, like, I don't know, for, like, a school project. I don't know if your school does that, but, the creator quit one day, and one person was, like, confused as to why, and he asked, like, well, can I have the tapes? And he's like, yeah, and he's like, or I think he gave the tapes away to someone. He's like, well, what do you want me to do with it? And he's like, burn them, like, destroy them. And throughout the entire, it's a long series, but throughout the entire series, we see that he's dealing with an entity called the Operator. And it's Slenderman, but it's called the Operator in this universe. And we don't know why. And it's made on a very low budget, but the entity itself looks great. They don't show much of Operator because, again, it will zap all that horrorness out of you. So, yeah, but I would recommend go watching it. The writing and the dialogue, not the greatest, but the visual, the atmosphere, yeah, it's pretty good. Like, I highly recommend watching it.
Cool.
If you're to have a bigger budget and have a lot of creativity, practical effects like those in The Thing or The Void can do the trick. Just don't forget the second and equally important half of the equation when creating the story. Good cosmic horror balances the external aesthetic of a sci-fi movie, but with the internal feel of an existential film. People are so hung up with the aesthetics, the tentacles, and the monster that they fail to explore the bigger questions, because that's even more complex. They themselves don't understand it. Not enough movies go into the abstract of the themes. They stay at the surface level with the visuals, and it's completely understandable. What is the limit of our humanity? What happens when we go beyond it? If something is hard to think about, then it's hard to verbalize. And if it's hard to verbalize, then it's near impossible to show. Thank you for taking the time to watch our video. We invite you to like, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so yet. Until next time.
That's pretty much it. Like I said, he made like a part 2, but what he said there, like, what people wants to see is the monster, and I get that. Like, we want to see cool-looking monster. Like, I'm a huge fan of Godzilla, even though that's not really a horror movie. Like, we want to see cool-looking monsters, and especially in horror. But sometimes, if you want to scare the audience, you don't need to show the monster as much. That's why the Blair Witch works. That's why The Thing works. That's why Alien and Aliens work is because they don't show much of the creature. That's why a lot of these movies, a lot of these horror movies, they just can't help but showing the monster because look what our money can do. We can show cool visual monsters. Like, okay, but your purpose here is to scare me. And if you're not doing that, then you pretty much fail in that department. And yeah, this is just a lot of problem with horror. Now, yeah, if you're going to show monsters in a horror, like make sure you don't do it as much. Like make sure there's a like a nice balance. Show the monster, but don't show as much as the monster.
Yeah, it sounds like if we're talking about visuals making a movie sort of ideal, it seems you want to go not necessarily the Cronenberg look, like with having all these little creatures and whatever alien forms that they take, and more or less, okay, do what works for the horror element, but if you can show it, do it properly, not with tentacles and not with green screens, but however it should look. And that means you have to have a very good practical effect or a model or whatever the look is supposed to be. It could be like a body horror, it could be alien horror, it could be all kinds of visual elements that you want to express properly. That's tough. I mean, there's a show on I can't remember, on Space Channel. It was all about not body horror, but doing like creating monsters and using makeup and prosthetics, and it's kind of like you got bake-a-thons or competitions, but this is with like makeup. So all these people went through makeup college or whatever, would make these crazy looking like Wizard of Oz like characters or fantasy or horror and sci-fi stuff. And they would all just like compete against the theme. So that could work, but you have to know you have to know what chemicals and what prosthetics to use and animatronics if you need that. So it can happen. But what you're sounding as if it should probably something illustrated and not in a animated film, but more or less in a comic book style art to get.
I don't know. I mean, if you are a really good animator, I would say like animation horror would be kind of interesting because I don't see that much. I know there's like a lot of horror animes out there, but I never really watched them because I saw some of them and some of them were kind of like not really good. But if you're like a good animator and you don't really have the budget or the money to make props, I would say either through animation or, like you said, comics, because that could work. Like I said, I've never read like comic horror or comic animation, but yeah, designing these monsters can be hard, but it can work. Like, I doubt that you have like the SCP Foundation. Have you read like some of their articles?
Nope, don't know.
Okay, well, they used to be good, but they kind of went downhills a little bit further. But anyway, there's an entity called SCP-173, and throughout the description, it basically it tells you what it looks like. Description: move into site 1999. Organism is unknown. Is yet unknown. Is constructed from concrete and rebar with trace of Priolone brand spray paint. SCP-173 is adamant and extremely hostile. The object cannot be moved while a direct line of sight. Line of sight must not be broken at any times with SCP-173. Personnel addressed to each other in entering the containment are instructed to alert one another before blinking. object is reported to attack by snapping on the base of the neck or by strangulation. But yeah, I'm not going to read the whole thing. But throughout that description, it just, like, the brand that they said, like, the brand spray paint, or Quarlon brand spray paint, I don't know what that is. Throughout the wiki, there was an image to the to that SCP, but they changed it because the image that they had was from an artist, and the artist said, like, you can use it for your wiki, but the Foundation wanted to create their own looking entity, so they had the competition of drawing your own interpretation of 173, because there's really not a full description of what the entity looks like. It just tells you it's made out of, like, the stone, and it's covered in this spray paint, so you can do whatever you want with it. But if you're gonna do, like, a drawing of, like, the Plague Doctor, you're gonna have to do it exactly the way that the documents described it. But yeah, 173. Yeah, I mean, you could go. You can pretty much go any way you want to describing it how you want it, because there's really, it just comes down to your interpretation and how well you do it. So I feel like that was a bit of a mouthful. Sorry, I get really passionate about this shit.
It is a very specific element of the genre, and this feels like a niche subgenre that you'd have to know the entire genre as a knowledge base to then jump into cosmic horror, or focus on what does work that works for you, or you'd say, hey, this is a good idea, I want to see more of that, or I have my own take on that. And if it's a visual medium, I would, or rather you want to take it to a visual medium, start with one-page sketches as opposed to comic books, because you could tell a story on paper just fine and then have an accompanying image for what that should be, see if that works, and then just go from there. See if you can make that into a series of panels. There's lots of great elements you could use in comic book art that you don't need to necessarily draw the thing you're being scared of. And there's loads of freedom to get around that, to do it properly without killing your time and breaking the budget and having this drawn out. So horror is a very, very niche element of storytelling. Obviously people like it. There's God knows how many women out there who just love going to horror films still. I don't know why. That's their thing. Yeah, exactly. That's their thing. They love doing it, even if it's campy as hell. It's just another slasher flick or whatever.
I never knew it was very popular with women.
Oh yeah,
that's kind of weird.
Yeah, no, some women just that's their genre. Like some of them just like staying in, but others like, oh, let's go see a horror flick. It's like, all right, that's weird. So
yeah, the impression that people have with horror, to me, it's kind of like disgusting, because whenever I talk mostly to a normie, they're just like, oh, it's just about blood and guts. And I'm like, no, that's just half of it. There's a bit more to it. That's like me going to, like, I don't know, to someone that's like into Lord of the Rings, and I just say, oh, it's just a bunch of wizards and magic. No, there's so much more to the genre and the media that's based around that genre. There's so much more to it. Lord of the Rings, obviously, while watching it, there's so much more than just, it's just a bunch of wizards and magic. No, there's so much more to it, and it's great. Not my cup of tea, but it's great. And that's the same thing could be said about horror. Yes, horror is on this niche thing, but you can still pull it off. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of things we can pull out of our heads saying it's a niche community, like ecchi anime. I'm pretty sure that has a bit of a niche audience, because not a lot of people wants to see anime girls' boobs bounce off or fan service, but there's a market for it. There's people for it. you know. But as long as it's good, I'll watch, you know. And as long as the horror is good, I'll watch. Now, I will sometimes put on a dumb horror movie, either for a background voice background whenever I'm drawing, or just have something to laugh at, you know. Because, but yeah, that's pretty much all I can say about it. But if you are gonna write horror, I would highly recommend, because this is what you do, Smud. Whenever you talk about like mystery, you always recommend them reading the book. I would say do the same. Go read H.P. Lovecraft's book. Now, I've never read Stephen King's books. I don't know how he writes, but go read his. Go read some of these horror books from these great authors, and then go watch the movies and see how they do it. And or if you're like want to turn it into a horror game, go play some horror games. The best one I can highly recommend is Amnesia: The Dark Descent. And I'll throw Soma in there, because that's also done very well. So yeah, like just learn from these. Or if you just want to make like I don't know, like a monster movie, you know, I mean, fine, you can do that. I mean, Tremors is somewhat of a horror movie. You heard of Tremors, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's a somewhat silly, but it's got horror elements in there, and it shows the monster, not all the time, whenever it pops out of the ground. You know, there's some moments in that movie where you're just like, get off the ground, get off the ground, get off the ground. As silly as the concept is, it works. So if you want to do something like that, you can. I don't know why I didn't think about Tremors. That's like one of my favorite movies.
Well, you mentioned Stephen King. I'm not a huge fan of his books just because they're so big and he prattles on about different topics every chapter. But if you're going to watch, and I did mention David Cronenberg, he did do an adaptation of Stephen King's The Dead Zone back in the 80s with Christopher Walken. So if anything, you're going to watch a Cronenberg film, you're going to get an amazing, well, I wouldn't say amazing, but it's going to be a Christopher Walken sort of experience. When back when he was younger. So you might just enjoy that, and it's one of those things where it's not the greatest film, but people think of Cronenberg, they think of like The Fly and I don't know, History of Violence. I don't know. There's a few others, but
it's kind of like with one of the movies that I watched that is like a Stephen King based story. It's a remake of It, the 2017 one. Okay. I heard it's pretty okay. Like the person that was covering it was the Dishonorable Wolf. He talked about it was okay, but there were some elements in the book that really wasn't in there. So it's all right, but it's not great for what I've heard about from him.
Yeah, again, I'm not a fan of King, but some of the adaptations can work, and maybe they're faster and easier to read or watch rather. Anyway, we're not as efficient as I thought we'd be today, but yeah, it's expected. So I want to thank everyone for popping on. Thank you, sir, as well, for joining me on a particular topic about horror, which is very...
Oh, yeah. I enjoy it. Like I said, I know you guys don't cover it as much, but I get very passionate about this type of genre.
Yeah, and definitely there's lots of great stories that have horror elements. I just don't know if that's the main genre for most people to watch or experience, because it makes you uncomfortable. But that's the point, I guess. So thank you everyone for joining and watching random conversations from a bunch of random panelists that we've had on before. We're doing this again, maybe tomorrow, maybe Sunday, but at least one of those days. I don't know when. I don't know what time, because they haven't given me time, so I don't know exactly when we'll be having.
Give him time, please. He's a busy man.
Yeah, so that's life. Life just throws you all kinds of curveballs, and you got to wait on them to land.
Oh, yeah.
So anyway, thank you everyone for listening. We'll talk to you real soon. Have yourself a great evening, and good night.